Chapter 240. The fat man said, "Why don't you compensate me? I came here to buy medicine, so I naturally have my own intentions. If you sell fake medicine, then wouldn't you be deceiving my childish heart? Leaving an indelible shadow on my path of growth? This is a problem that will affect my entire life. Do you think I won't take it seriously? Can I not compensate you for mental damage?" Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar and couldn't hear clearly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have fallen from the tree? However, Zhang Xiaohua came down from the tree and slowly squeezed into the crowd. She wanted to see what the fat man was up to. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly say, "Sir, please spare my life. I only have a few coins of silver on me. My entire fortune can't compare to your 30 taels of silver. How do you want me to compensate you?" The fat man laughed and said, "It seems like you are selling fake medicine. If your medicine is not fake, then why don't you dare to agree to my conditions?" The man looked around and saw that the crowd was quite far away from them. He knew that he was in trouble and sincerely said, "Sir, my medicinal plaster is real. My ancestor was a doctor from a famous sect and passed down this prescription. This little one has traveled north and south for many years and relied on this medicinal plaster. I have never seen anyone smash my stall. Sir, please rest assured." When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face became even wider and said, "Since your medicinal plaster is real, why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? Since you don't dare to agree to my conditions, then your medicinal plaster is fake." The man defended himself and said, "Sir, what kind of reasoning is this?" The fat man laughed sinisterly and said, "Naturally, it is my reasoning. If you don't agree to my conditions, then this medicinal plaster is fake and I will smash your stall." The man helplessly said, Okay, I will listen to sir. However, this little one doesn't have 30 taels of silver in my entire fortune. We need to talk about it in advance." The fat man rolled his eyes and said, "This is easy. Just put your prescription on the table." You. The man was so angry that he laughed and said, "So sir has such thoughts. Sir, you are smart. Originally, I wanted to play with you. It was you who reminded me." The fat man laughed and said, "However, if your medicinal plaster is not effective, then what use do I have for your lousy prescription? And if your medicinal plaster is effective, how can your prescription lose to mine?" The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He became bold and his tone became louder as he said, "Sir, this little one agrees. I just don't know how you will test it." When the fat man heard this, he was overjoyed. He also looked around and loudly said, "Sir, you have seen and heard. This hero wants to make a bet with this young master. If his medicinal plaster is effective, I will use this 30 taels of silver and buy all of his medicinal plasters. But if his medicinal plasters is teat, then he will give me all of his medicinal plastered. I have a very good reputation in Lu Town. Now, please be a witness. If there is any dispute later, please say something. Don't say that I bullied outsiders." The onlookers did not speak, but the fat man's followers all clapped their hands and praised. The bodyguard in black looked at them with a smile and stood to the side with his hands crossed. When the medicine seller heard this, it seemed to be different from what the fat man said just now. However, he did not know how to refute it. Anyway, his medicinal plaster was very effective, so he did not argue. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already squeezed his way to the front. He frowned as he watched this farce. He was calculating in his heart. He did not know what this fatty was planning. Although this fellow looked stupid, he had been tyrannical in Lu Town for so many years. Today, he was looking for trouble with others. It was a senseless act. However, he would not give away 30 taels of silver for nothing. Sure enough, the fat man then said to the medicine seller, "Since everyone is willing to be a witness, let's start now." The man said, "Sir, please advise." The fat man smiled and said, well said, as long as we break your leg and apply the ointment, we'll see if it can reconnect your leg. Then we'll know if the ointment is effective or not." You? The man pointed at the fat man. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He said, "This is the method you said?" The fat man spread out his hands and said innocently, "Isn't this the method you asked me to say?" "What, you don't want to admit it? Or do you think your medicinal plaster is fake and don't dare to try it?" The man's face was livid. He bit his lips tightly and did not know what to say. The fat man clapped his hands and said, "Since you don't want to try it, then this medicinal plaster must be fake. Quickly give me the prescription. I still want to tease your monkey." After saying that, the attendant, who was observing the situation, immediately walked forward and picked up the rope tied around the monkey's neck, wanting to take the monkey away. Only then did the medicine seller understand that the fatty had taken a fancy to his monkey. As the saying goes, time breeds fondness. It was the same for animals. The monkey had been with the man for a long time. The man naturally did not want to let it be taken away. However, the situation was better than the man. Facing a bully with many followers, the man faintly had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the fat man did not want to end things here. He stretched out his hand and squinted his eyes. He said, "And the prescription of the medicinal plaster? If you don't take it out now, when will you?" The man's medicinal plaster was the real thing. The prescription was also passed down in his family. It was the foundation of the man's family. He definitely could not give it away. Thus, the man cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this little one is new here and is very presumptuous. If you like this monkey, please take it away. It has been with this little one for many years and is very intelligent. Please treat it well. In addition, this little one drifts in the Jianghu and relies on Gaoyu to make a living. Sir, please be magnanimous and make things convenient. If we meet in the future, it will be something to remember." The fat man was idle and looked for entertainment all day long. Today's matter was originally for the monkey. However, from the man's words, he felt that the prescription had some value. He had evil thoughts and wanted to get the prescription so that he could take credit in front of his father. Thus, how could he take the man's pleas to heart? The fat man said, "You, man, why don't you ask around? My reputation in Lu Town has always been very good. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? Hurry up and take out the prescription." The man had no choice but to lower his voice and say a lot of good things. However, the fat man was determined and did not relent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious and secretly said, "I was just looking for a reason to teach you a lesson. You really know how to give me a way out." Just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone pull her back. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was her second brother. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything and only pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of the crowd. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave and struggled with all her strength. However, when she saw her second brother staring at her, she lowered her head and walked out. Once out of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua angrily asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? Isn't this guy the bully who bullied our family? This is a good opportunity for me to teach him a lesson and vent our anger. It's also a pleasure to help others." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the tree. As he walked, he said, "Xiaohua, do you think I don't want to teach him a lesson? But look around that bully. Don't talk about those servants. They're just clay chickens and pottery dogs. That black-clothed bodyguard next to him is a troublesome character. Do you still remember that last time, didn't my master let them go for nothing and didn't hit them hard?" Then, Zhang Xiaohu continued, "Also, do you know why we didn't dare to spend all the banknotes in our family before?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Wasn't it because we were afraid that people would come to our door and cause trouble? But now that we've learned martial arts, why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, you're also a disciple of the Misty School. How can you shrink your neck like this?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Don't try to provoke me. Let me ask you, we're not afraid of you, but mother, father, big brother, and sister-in-law all live in the Guizhuang house. If they find us, how will you deal with them?" This Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. If it's because of our impulsive actions that bring disaster to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhang Xiaohu said earnestly. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. She coldly said, "Second brother, that's also fine. If they find our family in the Guizhuang house, not to mention a disaster, even if they hurt a single hair on father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law, I'll kill my way to their door and exterminate their entire family." These words were full of murderous intent. If it were said by a Jianghu hero, it wouldn't be strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the Jianghu, so how could she have such murderous intent? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. However, this kind of situation that involved family, even if it were Zhang Xiaohu, he would also do the same. He just nodded to show that he understood. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know that the attack on the rainy night had already shown Zhang Xiaohua the bloody side of the Jianghu. He could decisively take out the small sword and kill the black-clothed old man. This was the embodiment of his unswerving determination. Although Zhang Xiaohua was young and hadn't truly stepped into the Jianghu, his temperament was already mature. Although human life was precious and blood was glaring, if it could be exchanged for justice and the health of his family, he would naturally do it without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu said again, "Although we're not afraid of trouble, if there's a way to avoid trouble, wouldn't that be better?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "Second brother, you have a lot of experience. Just say it, I'll listen to you." Zhang Xiaohu took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. He smiled and said, "Look, do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "It should be like this. These two date red horses are also very eye-catching. Second brother, you stay here and help me hold the fort. I'll go find that guy to satisfy my craving. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Okay, you go and try. If it doesn't work, then use Qin Gong to escape." Zhang Xiaohua was displeased and said, "Second brother, don't look down on me. Qin Gong is not used to escape." Chapter 241. When the medicine seller saw that his coaxing and pestering had no effect, he said, "Since Master Zhao insists on this prescription, please wait for a moment. I will go and get it for you." The fat man smiled and said, "Seeing that you are so tactful, I will not make things difficult for you. Quickly give me the prescription and I will let you live." When the man saw this, he turned around and walked to the package. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over with the package. When he got close, he put his hand into the package and said, "Master Zhao, take it." Fatty Zhao smiled and stretched out his hand. Who knew that the man would take out a sharp dagger from the package and stab at his heart? Fatty Zhao was in the middle of a beautiful dream. He did not expect that danger would flash in front of his eyes. He was immediately frightened and his face turned ashen. He did not know how to dodge. He covered his head with his sleeve and shouted, "Fu Gui, quickly come and save me." Who do you think Fu Gui is? It was the leader of the servants. At this moment, he was commanding his subordinates to make the monkey do somersaults. In fact, it was not that he was not doing his job. It was just that when he saw that the man was only begging for mercy, he thought that he was the same as the victims he met in the past. There was no challenge at all. Therefore, he left his master and came to have fun. At this time, he heard the fat man's cry for help. When he looked up, the man had already rushed to the front of the fat man. The dagger flashed and blood splattered. When Fu Gui saw this, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He complained in his heart. He could not watch over the fat man for a while and such a thing happened. Not to mention the fat man losing his life, even if he lost a hair, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the fat man's towering figure, Fu Gui complained in his heart, "Young master, you should hide first." When a person was in a critical situation, who would not have a natural reaction? When others saw the life-threatening dagger, they might have screamed and dodged far away. At the very least, they would have jumped to the side. However, Fatty only covered his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He was like an ancient animal called an ostrich. It only buried its head in the sand, but its butt was raised high up in the air. When the man saw that the fatty didn't dodge, he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because he originally had a backup plan. He took out the dagger to scare the fatty away so that he could find a way out and escape. No one wanted to have their hands stained with blood. He was a fugitive, but this fatty didn't dodge. Wasn't that just pushing him to his death? Once he took out the dagger, regardless of whether he could injure the fatty or not, the authorities would not let him off. He was happy because this fatty was really too much of a bully. He had no choice but to take out the dagger. The hateful fatty was right in front of him. He just had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to vent his feelings and vent the humiliation just now. Therefore, when faced with the fatty who reacted faster than others, the man's dagger hesitated for a moment. However, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The fatty seemed to have been pulled by a rope, and he instantly retreated. When the man realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The fatty came out to bully people. Naturally, he didn't rely on wealth alone. He needed a bodyguard, and this person in black was one of them. Just now, when the man suddenly took out the dagger, the person in black was also caught off guard. He immediately rushed over, but the dagger was already close to the fatty's body. He might not be able to kill the fatty. Fortunately, the man hesitated for a moment. He barely managed to reach behind the fatty and reached out to grab the fatty's collar, pulling him out of danger. When the man saw the person in black blocking in front of him, he knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He didn't say anything and stabbed his head. When the person in black saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged while drawing his sword from his waist and fought with the man. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The dagger was already at a disadvantage against the sword. Moreover, the black-clothed man seemed to have a wealth of fighting experience. His martial arts were obviously superior to the man's. The man's several attacks did not pose any threat to the black-clothed man. Instead, the black-clothed man's sword left shallow scars on his body. It wasn't that the person in black couldn't seize the opportunity. It was just that his duty was to protect the fatty's safety. When the fatty bullied others, he only treated it as watching the show. The man who sold the medicine was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. The person in black wanted to protect him and didn't want to hurt his life. At this moment, the frightened fatty once again commanded loudly, "Master Son, stab him to death. Stab him to death with one sword. I'll take responsibility for this matter. This bastard actually wanted to take my life just now. We're just defending ourselves. Quick, stab him to death." It was common for people of the pugilistic world to kill people. However, this was Lu Town. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and the protection of the government, if they really killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. The person in black hesitated. The fatty said again, "Master Son, I know you're just protecting my safety. It's fine. If you help me with this matter, I'll talk to my father. Just based on his prescription, I'll be able to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, I'll definitely have my father put in a good word for you in front of Hall Master Zhao. I guarantee that your future in the evil tiger gang will be boundless." These two conditions made the person in black's heart itch. Although money was tempting, a future was even more important. The current evil tiger gang's leader hadn't returned and had long been divided into two factions. He didn't have any backing in the gang and was often bullied. If he could gain Hall Master Zhao's favor with this, it would be a wonderful thing. The person in black made up his mind. He looked at the stranger in front of him and gritted his teeth. "Brother, don't blame me for being merciless. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Leave your head behind and give it to me as a gift." As he spoke, he tightened his sword and blocked the man's dagger. Then, he kicked the man's crotch and sent him flying. Then, he flew forward and stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. When the man saw that he couldn't dodge, he couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the piercing pain. At this time, a loud shout resounded throughout the square, "Fu Gui, save me! When the person in black heard this, he was shocked. How could he dare to stab down with his sword? He immediately turned around and looked behind him. In the place where the fat man had been standing, there was a young man who wasn't very tall and looked somewhat weak. He had his face covered and was standing there. A servant was being stepped on by him. The others were a bit further away and looked in horror. The young man was holding the fat man in his hand. Fatty Zhao was being held upside down by the young man by the neck. His feet had long since left the ground and he was constantly kicking. The fat man's hands were covering his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Fu Gui, save me." A skinny young man was actually lifting a fatty who was much bigger than him with ease. This scene was very funny. Many of the onlookers were laughing so hard that they covered their mouths. The black-robed man was shocked, but he didn't dare to move forward. The fatty was caught, and as long as the other party exerted some force, the fatty's life would be taken. How could he dare to move? The fat man was still struggling and shouting. The young man frowned and lifted the fat man up with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and slapped the fat man's face 4 times. The fat man's face immediately swelled up. The fat man let out a miserable scream and spat out a few teeth. He couldn't shout anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he had been beaten senseless or because of the pain in his mouth. The person in black frowned and said, "Brother, I am the evil tiger gang's Sun Yiding. I am this young master's bodyguard. I don't know why brother has come. You might as well say it. As long as I can agree, I will take care of it." The masked young man didn't say anything. He pointed at the man behind Sun Yiding. Sun Yiding understood and his heart relaxed. Since this young man saw injustice on the road, it would be easy to deal with. As long as the fat man's life wasn't harmed, he was willing to agree to any conditions. Thinking this, he left the man's side. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly. Then, he did something that others didn't understand. That was, he randomly touched the fat man's clothes. The fat man's clothes were all stuffed into his own clothes. Then, he glanced at Sun Yiding who was walking over and smiled. He lifted the fat man up again and pointed in another direction. Sun Yiding was baffled. However, the young man's next action immediately made him understand. The young man kicked the fat man's thigh. The fat man screamed and stopped breathing. Like a ball, he was kicked by the young man in the direction he had just pointed. Sun Yiding didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly ran towards the fat man who was flying in the air. Fortunately, the direction the young man had pointed at wasn't too far away from Sun Yiding. Moreover, the fat man was kicked high up in the air. When Sun Yiding arrived, he was just in time to catch him. Sun Yiding caught the fat man and quickly put his hand next to his nose. Seeing that he was breathing, he was relieved. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring fiercely at the young man. However, when he saw everything in front of him, the hatred in his heart immediately melted away like snow being poured by boiling water. The young man didn't leave in a hurry and didn't do anything. When he looked back, he smiled mysteriously. In a flash, he broke into the servants and snatched the monkey. Then, in a flash, he flew to the side of the bundle like a big bird and reached out to pick it up. Finally, he slowly walked to the man's side and threw the monkey and bundle to the man. He didn't say anything and signaled him to take it. The man didn't know what was going on. First, he carried the bundle, then he took the monkey and was about to thank his benefactor. The young man did something that surprised everyone. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the man's arm. Then, with a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. His body paused in the air for a moment, then he changed direction and pounced towards the big tree beside the square. When his body landed on the tree, he jumped up and down again and pounced towards the houses beside the tree. Then, with a few jumps, he disappeared. From beginning to end, the man in his hand was as obedient as a baby. He was as light as a baby. This kind of orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos, and open conduct caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. For a long while, they were unable to say anything. Only in a corner far away, Zhang Xiaohu had a smile on his face. He led the 2 date red horses and quietly left. Chapter 242. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the deathly silent square became noisy. Everyone who came back to their senses hurriedly left with excited expressions. Nonsense, once this hero left, the square would be the world of the Zhao clan. Who would be stupid enough to stay and look for trouble? Didn't you see that the Zhao family's young master was dealt with? Maybe they were looking for someone to vent their anger on. But how could the Zhao family have the slightest spare time to care about this? A group of servants, represented by Fu Gui, immediately surrounded them and expressed their concern and loyalty. Sun Yiding put the fat man down and carefully examined him. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that the fat man's life was not in danger. The hero was merciful. He was worried that the fat man's thigh was broken. He might have to use crutches for the rest of his life. No matter what, he did not do a good job as a bodyguard. He would be punished when he returned. Sun Yiding sighed. He let Fu Gui carry the fat man and hurried back. Before he reached home, Master Zhao had already received the news and personally brought people to welcome him. Seeing his son's miserable state, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He fiercely glared at Sun Yiding and ordered the servants to put the fat man on the carriage. He also ordered people to quickly invite the evil tiger gang's hall leader Zhao and Lutown's famous doctor. Not long after, hall leader Zhao and the doctor arrived. The doctor was led to the inner hall to treat the injury. Hall leader Zhao was invited to the central room to serve tea. Master Zhao impatiently said, "Brother Zhao, you have to help me. I'm looking for someone who is famous in Lutown. Although my son is unbearable, I couldn't bear to slap him since he was young. You didn't see how badly he was beaten. I couldn't help but cry." Hall Master Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "Old Zhao, we're relatives, so there's no need to speak like we're strangers. You've been very close to our evil tiger gang for so many years. Even if I can't make the decision, I'll definitely ask the gang leader for instructions and give you justice. But..." At this point, he slightly frowned and stopped. When Master Zhao heard this, he immediately said, "Third brother Zhao, is it about the gift for the gang leader? Don't worry, I've already found a pair of jade bracelets. It's very exquisite. I'll let you take it out later. I definitely won't let you run for nothing." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "That's not it. Old Zhao, we've been friends for so many years. Why would I bring this up at this juncture? The gang leader wants us to search for antiques, but it's not something that can be done in a short time. What I want to say is that those who dare to go against you in Lutown are probably not ordinary people. If it was the Misty School that Zhao Quanqing encountered a few years ago, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything." Master Zhao smiled apologetically and said, I know. Third brother Zhao, we have to act according to our ability to take revenge. If we can't get what we want and instead get ourselves into trouble, why bother?" Hall Master Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Since old Zhao is so reasonable, I thank you in advance. Let me ask my subordinates about the situation first." When he called Sun Yiding to the front of the hall and told him everything, Hall Master Zhao's expression changed slightly. He tapped his fingers on the table and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Old Zhao, I'll take care of this matter for you." Since he's not a disciple of a famous sect and covered his face, he must be afraid of being recognized. "I'll let the people in the sect investigate and see who has the guts to go against you and our evil tiger gang." After he finished speaking, he gave Sun Yiding a few instructions and gave him a look. Only then did he let Sun Yiding leave. Master Zhao was very happy when he saw Hall Master Zhao agree so easily. However, he was still a little unhappy and asked, "Third brother Zhao, this Sun guy didn't protect our son well. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Oh?" Hall Master Zhao suddenly came to a realization and said, Elder Zhao, you're right. I was thinking too much just now. When we go back tonight, I'll definitely punish him. What kind of bodyguard is he? He can't even protect people well. Master Zhao was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Third brother Zhao, let's go. I've already arranged a banquet. Let's get drunk." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Old Zhao, let's go. Let's take a look at my nephew's injuries first." When the two of them arrived at the inner hall, the doctor had already finished his diagnosis and said, "Master Zhao, I've already taken a look at your son's injuries. His life is not in danger. However, many of his teeth have fallen out. It might be inconvenient for him to eat meat in the future. It's better for him to eat more porridge. As for the swelling on his face, apply some ointment and it will be better in a few days. There's also a bruise on his thigh. I have some ointment here as well. Apply some and it will go down in a few days." Master Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. However, my son's leg seems to be fractured. How should I treat it?" The doctor stroked his white beard and said solemnly, "About this, I'm a surgeon. This fracture is a matter of internal medicine. Master Zhao, please find someone else." With a plop sound, Master Zhao fell to the ground. When everyone helped him up, Master Zhao was so angry that he trembled and said, You, get out of here." The doctor calmly cupped his hands and said, "No hurry, no hurry. The consultation fee is 3 silver coins and the ointment is 3 silver coins. A total of 6 silver coins." Master Zhao swayed and almost fell again. He waved his hand and asked the servant to give him the money. The doctor took the silver coins and walked to the door. He turned back and said, "Oh right, Master Zhao, you fell for no reason. It's also an internal medicine problem. You should find a doctor as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked away. Master Zhao was so angry that he asked, "Who found this doctor?" Fu Gui walked out trembling and said, "Master, it's this little one." Why did you find him?" The young master's usual syphilis and gonorrhea were all treated by him. Master Zhao kicked Fu Gui's face and said angrily, "Why aren't you going to find the medical saint?" Fu Gui rolled and crawled away. Hall Master Zhao saw it and walked to the bed. He first checked himself, and then said with a natural look, "Old Zhao, it seems that your nephew is lucky. That person didn't want to kill you. I've already seen it. Although the injury on your thigh is serious, that person obviously held back his strength. He didn't break the bone, but only fractured it. As long as you find a good doctor and treat it carefully, there won't be any big problems." "Really?" Master Zhao was overjoyed. He heard the servant's description and thought that his son would limp forever. When he heard the news, he was naturally happy. In fact, this was also human nature. If Hall Master Zhao had said this earlier, he would still be heartbroken. However, he was already in despair before. Now that he had received slightly better news, his mentality inevitably changed slightly. At this time, the fat man on the bed groaned and woke up leisurely. Master Zhao felt sorry for his son and hurried forward. When the fat man saw his family, he was even more distressed. He grabbed Master Zhao's hand and said, "Father, you must avenge your son." Master Zhao patted his son's hand and said, "I know. I've already invited your uncle Zhao. He promised to avenge you." When Hall Master Zhao heard this, the flesh on the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Fu Gui brought another doctor over. Master Zhao asked worriedly, "Can this doctor treat a broken thigh?" Fu Gui flattered, "Don't worry, master. I've already asked. Even if the third leg is broken, he can treat it." When Hall Master Zhao saw the doctor coming, he was about to leave. Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Third brother, wait a moment. I'll get that jade bracelet for you." Master Zhao was about to leave when he heard the fat man scream, "Father." Master Zhao hurried back and asked, "Son, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" The fat man groaned and said, "Well, father, your son did something wrong. Now I'm telling you. I hope you won't be angry." Master Zhao had a bad feeling and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter? If it's not big, I'll let you go." The fat man said softly, "About that, father, the pair of jade bracelets you put in the study room, your son took it out today to show off to others, but what?" Master Zhao asked anxiously. "But, when I was caught just now, it was snatched away from my arms." You unfilial son." Master Zhao reached out and was about to hit him. When the fat man saw this, he immediately moaned loudly. Master Zhao's hand stopped in the air and he couldn't bear to drop it. When Hall Master Zhao saw this, he smiled and said, "Old Zhao, it's fine. There's still a long time left. You can slowly search for it. That jade bracelet might not be able to catch the sect leader's eyes." Master Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Third brother, that's the only way. Today, I've made third brother come here for nothing. Why don't we go to the hall and have a feast before leaving?" Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "No need, old Zhao. I still have to rush back and get someone to vent your anger for you." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left quickly. Master Zhao was left with a blank face. This Hall Master Zhao seemed to be a little absent-minded today. Not to mention that Master Zhao was feeling sorry for his son, Hall Master Zhao quickly walked out of the Zhao manor. Sun Yiding didn't rush back to the sect. Instead, he tactfully waited at the door. When he saw Hall Master Zhao come out, he quickly went up to him. When Hall Master Zhao saw Sun Yiding, he asked softly, "Yiding, did you do what I asked you to do?" Hearing the Hall Master call him Yiding, Sun Yiding's heart warmed. He went up and said, "No, Hall Master. You already gave me a look, how could I still do it? Moreover, I saw that young man's skills with my own eyes. How could I not know what to do?" Only then did Hall Master Zhao feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Yiding, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Just now, old Zhao wanted me to punish you. And, very good. You don't have to be a bodyguard in the Zhao family anymore. When you return to the sect, I'll make arrangements for you." Sun Yiding was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Hall Master." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. From now on, you're one of my people. Just be careful when you do things." "That's right, although you didn't fight with him, can you tell which sect he's from?" "Although our evil tiger gang isn't a big sect and can't afford to offend a big sect, we can't just suffer in silence. We have to figure it out. Who knows, we might even have to go to their sect to seek justice." Chapter 243. Sun Yiding smiled apologetically and said, "Great Hall Master, I really couldn't tell. I only know that his Qinggong is very exquisite. His body can change directions in the air, and his internal energy is very deep. Young Master Zhao is like a hen in his hand, and that Jianghu man is like a little chick." He didn't say anything, nor did he exchange blows with me. I'm guessing that he's a young disciple from a large sect who came out to gain experience. It's not that he's afraid of others seeing his true face, but that he doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he covered his face. Hall Master Zhao nodded and said, "What you said is what I thought. His martial arts are so high, there's no reason for him to be afraid of us. Moreover, for a disciple as young as him to have such martial arts, he must be a disciple from a large sect. Think about it, although our evil tiger gang has many disciples, which young disciple has such cultivation? Even if it's you, you're probably not his opponent." Sun Yiding said with shame, "Hall Master Zhao's insight is like a torch. That's indeed the case. I didn't dare to go forward to protect young Master Zhao. However, even if I went forward to fight, if that person didn't want to fight, his Qinggong is something that I can't compare to." Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "You don't need to belittle yourself. Which disciple from a large sect hasn't been carefully nurtured from a young age? It's just that you and I don't have such conditions." Looking at the Qinggong you're talking about, it seems a bit like the Dalan temples crossing the river on a reed. It also seems a bit like the Righteous Alliance's cloud ladder. It also seems a bit like Yi Yu Shao Shao of Ba Mountain's Yi Yu Shao. In short, they're all people that our evil tiger gang can't afford to offend. We cough, cough, we still have to investigate more. We can't wrong a good person. Sun Yiding understood and said, Hall Master is wise. I understand. Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, that's right, there's also the matter of Shi Chui Mountain. What are those country bumpkins doing these days? Why did they all run to Lu Town? We have to quickly investigate. Not to mention the discussion between the two from the evil tiger gang, the masked young man grabbed the medicine man's arm like a chick and ran along the roof of a house for a long time. The man heard the sound of the wind and was so scared that his eyes were tightly shut. He didn't dare to move for fear that the young man would throw him down. On the contrary, the monkey's face was full of curiosity. It was in the man's embrace, and it stuck its head out of the man's embrace. It looked around, and occasionally it would squeak squeak. After a while, the man stop. After a while, the man heard the sound of the wind stop and his feet touch the ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was an empty corner. The man knew that he had escaped with his life, so he immediately lowered his head and kowtowed. Seeing this, the masked young man took a step forward and held the man's arm. It was like an iron clamp. The man used all his strength, but he still couldn't kowtow. The man smiled bitterly and said, Benefactor, you saved my life. No matter what, you should let me kowtow and thank you. If not, I will feel guilty even in my dreams. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed again. Sure enough, the young man didn't stop him this time. After he finished kowtowing, the man said, I know that Benefactor has his own reasons, so I covered my face. I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. My family has long since fallen, so Benefactor might not know. However, Benefactor, please remember my name. In the future, if fate wills it, please come to my home for a chat. The young man nodded slightly. Then, he took out a pile of things and placed them in front of Chu Zhigao. When Chu Zhigao looked at them, it was a pile of scattered silver, a stack of silver notes, a sweat towel and other odds and ends. These were the things that the young man had taken out from the fat man's arms. When the young man took out the things from the fat man's arms, Chu Zhigao had already stood up from the ground. Of course, he didn't understand the man's intentions. Now that he saw the money in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He threw himself on the ground again and kowtowed fiercely a few times. The young man wanted to stop him, but it was too late and he could only let him kowtow. After Chu Zhigao finished kowtowing, he didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a few silver notes and a few ornaments and handed them to the young man. He said respectfully, Benefactor, I know that you definitely don't lack these things. However, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is a large amount of 500 taels of silver. Keep it well. However, it's best that you don't exchange it in Lu Town. Their eyes are everywhere here. You may not be afraid of causing trouble, but isn't it best if you don't have trouble? The nearby Maple Leaf Town, Treasure Town, and the slightly further Pingyang City are all fine too. The young man nodded and accepted it. Seeing the young man accept it, Chu Zhigao was very happy. He handed over the ornaments in his hands and said, This is a pair of jade bracelets and a few gold hairpins. They are all of good quality. I'm all alone and it's a waste to keep them. I'll send them to the pawnshop sooner or later. Benefactor, why don't you keep them and give them to your senior and junior sisters in the future? They'll be good gifts too. The young man hesitated for a moment and accepted them. Then, he put them all in his arms. Chu Zhigao was happy to see that his benefactor was so easy to talk to. He cupped his fists at him and said, The green mountains will not change and the green rivers will flow forever. Benefactor, please take care of yourself. See you again in the future. After he finished speaking, he picked a direction and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, the young man strode forward and pulled him back. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, Benefactor, do you have any other orders? The young man still did not speak and pointed in another direction. Chu Zhigao suddenly understood and turned to walk in another direction. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at the masked young man. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then walked back. Chu Zhigao walked up to him and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life and gave me money. I am very grateful. I always feel that I owe you too much, but I really have no way to repay you. You are a man of Jianghu, and also a disciple of a famous sect, so you must not lack anything. I am from the Dragon Mountain, and my family has declined early. Now I rely on buying medicinal plasters to make a living. My medicinal plasters are really good, but compared to the things in your sect, they are much inferior. I have a medicine book passed down in my family. I have read it for many years, but I still can't understand it. Perhaps it will be of some use to you, so I hope you will kindly accept it." After he finished speaking, he took out a small bag wrapped in oilcloth and handed it to the young man. The young man hesitated and was unwilling to take it. Chu Zhigao knew that the young man was unwilling to take what he liked. He smiled and put it in his hands and said, "Benefactor, please take it first. If you can understand it one day, you can teach it to me. Moreover, if you can really understand it, there is a mysterious place in my family. One day, I would like to invite you to Dragon Mountain. Perhaps there will be another opportunity." Seeing this, the young man nodded and put the small bag into his arms. Chu Zhigao looked at the small bag reluctantly. Finally, he saluted the young man with his fists and walked quickly in the direction pointed out. When he turned the corner, he saw a small city gate of Lu Town. He looked around and did not dare to stay any longer. He followed the crowd and left the city. When the young man saw Chu Zhigao turn the corner, he also looked around and walked to a corner. He took off his clothes and wrapped it in a bag. He held it in his hands and then took off the cloth on his face, revealing his young and childish face. Wasn't that the adorable Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She put the cloth in her arms and wrapped the clothes into a bag under her arm. She walked along the alley in another direction. After turning a few corners, she saw Zhang Xiaohu leading 2 jujubred horses. He looked anxious. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua appear, he quickly looked back and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could something happen to me? Let's go. Let's leave the city first. We can talk later." After that, the 2 of them got on their horses and rode out of Lu Town. When they reached a secluded place, Zhang Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohu what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You are really cautious. You didn't even say a word." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, we must be vigilant. We can't leave any clues for others, even if they are the people we just saved. However, this Chu Zhigao is really generous. He left most of the things I gave him to me." After that, she took out 500 taels worth of banknotes and a few ornaments. Zhang Xiaohu took them. He first took out 4 banknotes and kept them in his arms. He then looked at the other ornaments and handed them back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, "Second brother, I put in a lot of effort this time. Why did you take so much?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have given all the banknotes to father and mother. No matter what, we have to keep some for ourselves. As the elder brother, I spend a lot, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Chu Zhigao is right. We can exchange these banknotes when we reach Pingyang City. Although these ornaments look good, we can't let mother and sister-in-law wear them. If others recognize them, we will be in trouble. We should pawn them in Pingyang City." Zhang Xiaohua felt the same and wanted to keep them in his arms. However, when his eyes swept across a pair of jade bracelets and a few golden hairpins in front of him, his eyes were attracted by the jade bracelets. It seemed that there was something inside that attracted his attention. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was stirred and her consciousness swept out. As expected, the jade bracelets had a faint fluctuation of vital qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and sent her consciousness into the jade bracelets. However, the jade bracelets were not like the small stone or the jade pendant previously. They did not have any reaction. When Zhang Xiaohua increased the strength of her consciousness, the jade bracelets had a repulsive force. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was ejected. Zhang Xiaohua was so surprised that she almost cried out. She thought to herself, what kind of strange thing is this jade bracelets? After Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade bracelets and the golden hairpins in his arms, he took out the medicine book that Chu Zhigao gave him. Looking at the item wrapped in oilcloth, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Actually, he did not want to accept the family heirloom at that time. However, he did not want to talk about it. Hence, he forced her to accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, Xiaohua, the price of your help is really high. Not only did you get a lot of money, but you also accepted the family heirloom. Zhang Xiaohua said with annoyance, you said that I wanted it, but Chu Zhigao insisted on putting it in my hands. I had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, I'll give it to you now. After that, she was about to hand over the small bag. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. I don't know many words. Why should I look at it? Anyway, you can go back and give the herbs to Huanqi Villa. This medicine book may be useful. Please collect it, please tip it. Thank you. Chapter 244. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart was moved. He felt that it was very reasonable, so he carefully opened the oilcloth bag. The oilcloth bag was tightly wrapped. After opening it for a long time, he finally revealed a thin booklet. The booklet was very thin. It was not even half as thick as the books that Zhang Xiaohua usually read. Moreover, the paper was strange. It was not ordinary paper. It seemed to be a kind of silk. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, he was even more shocked. There was actually an ancient text written on it. On the first page, there were 3 big words, bone solidifying pill. Pill? Why was it a pill again? Could it be related to alchemy technique? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel suspicious. However, since he didn't understand the alchemy, he naturally wouldn't understand the things in this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and felt that he should wait until he finished reading Beginner Alchemia first. Why did it say, Beginner, too? It should be the simplest. Zhang Xiaohua put away the booklet and wrapped the oilcloth bag again. She thought for a moment and saw that her second brother was standing guard at the side. She took out the money pouch again and used her divine sense to put the oilcloth bag and jade bracelet into the pouch. Then, she put the banknotes and other items into the usual space in the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohua put the banknotes into the money bag and said with a smile, this money bag is not bad. It was just empty for half a day and now there are banknotes inside. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He put away the money bag. After tidying up, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, second brother, it's already noon. Are we still going to young Master Li's house? Why not? Young Master Li's house is in the southwest of Lu Town. You were causing trouble in the east, so it's quite far away. This time we'll go in from the west gate. You've already changed your clothes. Who would know that it was you? Besides, isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we're still in Lu Town visiting relatives and friends. Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, that's great. However, I'm already hungry. Why don't we find a restaurant to eat first? They rode their horses and entered Lujian's west gate. They found a restaurant nearby and ordered a bowl of noodles and a few side dishes to appease their hunger. It was true that good news never left the house, but bad news spread far and wide. Although Luzhen was not a small town, the news that the fat man of the Zhao family was beaten up and his leg was broken had spread all over Luzhen. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were eating noodles in the restaurant and were also shocked. They were afraid that they would be recognized. However, when they listened carefully, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Apart from the fact that the details of her mask had not changed, everything else was completely different. For example, her face was as white as jade. Previously, she said that she was wearing a mask. How could it be that her face was as white as jade? For example, she was 8 feet tall. Zhang Xiaohua secretly looked at her own height. She had not seen her for half a day and she had actually grown. Also, the voice was loud and clear, like a god descending to earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not even need to speak half a word. As she listened, Zhang Xiaohua straightened her back. How was this talking about her? It was like the ancient people with the surname Lei in the legends. They even helped the elderly cross the road and helped find lost children. What was there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohu listened and almost spat out the noodles from his nostrils. He covered his mouth and held his stomach, laughing loudly. After eating noodles, the two brothers came out of the restaurant and rode their horses to look for her. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Second brother, why do you think they're talking nonsense? Am I like that? Zhang Xiaohu said, of course it's not you. At this time, you are no longer you. You are the embodiment of justice for thousands of years. Alas, there are too many injustices in this world. It always makes people resent injustice. Zhang Xiaohua also praised, yes, if there were no injustices, how could we be chivalrous? If every government official was an honest official, then there would be no such title as the Master of Justice in this world. Zhang Xiaohu sighed, our strength is still limited. It's already good that we can protect our families. Look at those people just now. Which one of them did not have grievances in their hearts and wanted to find you, the embodiment of justice, to go and save them? Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, I hate that I don't have thousands of embodiments. I can't be chivalrous in this world and chase away all demons and monsters. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, don't talk about national affairs. Don't talk about national affairs. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and rode her horse to catch up. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street. If they were not excitedly talking about the hero in the restaurant, they were secretly praying that the hero would not come. Otherwise, there would have been people drawing circles in the corner, cursing the playboy for disturbing the people on the street. Li Jinfeng's house was not far from the west gate of Lu Town. The Li family was in the tailor business. There was a medium-sized shop in Lu Town that was easy to find. However, when Zhang Xiaohua and the others found it, the shop with the sign Li family's tailor was closed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This was the time for business. How could there be a road that was closed? She gradually had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted and looked around. He wanted to find someone to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, second brother, young Master Li's house is behind this shop. We can go directly to see. Don't we have to go to his house to ask? Zhang Xiaohu said, Xiaohua, this is your lack of Jianghu experience. You can see the real situation if you go directly to his house, but after all, you are not prepared. If there is an accident, you will be caught off guard. It is best to ask around first and have a general understanding of the situation. Only then can you calmly deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother's words were very reasonable. This kind of experience that was exchanged with blood was not something that could be easily understood by people who had not experienced it. The street where Li family's tailor was located was a commercial street. There were many shops of different sizes. Zhang Xiaohu first found a small shop and went in. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse and waited outside. Not long after, she saw Zhang Xiaohu come out with a livid face. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly asked tentatively, second brother, why did you come out so soon? Did you hit a snag? Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not speak. He waved at Zhang Xiaohua and signaled her to follow. Then, he came to a large jade shop and said, tie the horse there and go in with me. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt that something was wrong. Seeing that second brother did not say much, she did not dare to ask more. She tied the horse and followed second brother into the jade shop. When they walked into the jade shop, they saw a few shop assistants whispering to each other. When they saw that there were guests, they didn't welcome them as warmly as expected. Instead, they were hesitant. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoyu walked into the hall that a slightly older shop assistant, who looked very experienced, walked up to them and said with a forced smile, "Sir, are you looking to buy jade? Please come this way." Zhang Xiaohua saw that they did not greet the guests at the door. She already felt strange. Now that they were acting like they were reluctant, she was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the shop assistant's neglect. He said, "Second brother, we are not here to buy jade. We just want to ask about the Lee's tailor shop across the street." Hearing this, the shop assistant's face changed dramatically. He shrank back and waved his hand repeatedly, "Hero, please spare my life. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I have 3 lives. Please let me go." Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile on his face and said, "We are not people from Shitsui Mountain. We are just friends of young Master Li. We came to visit today. Coincidentally, we came to ask about it." Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was, pang. She understood everything. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have jumped out and ran to the Li's house to see what was going on. But now, she just clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes slightly. She still followed second brother and watched quietly. Hearing this, the shop assistant looked a little relieved. However, he still waved his hand and said that he did not know. At this moment, from the curtain behind the counter, an old man in a minister's uniform came out. Zhang Xiaohua looked very familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. She thought for a moment. Wasn't he the relative of one of the 2 girls that she and second brother saved that day? She had seen him on the roadside. The old man walked out of the counter and waved his hand to signal the shop assistants to leave. Then he looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and turned his eyes to Zhang Xiaohua behind him. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes lit up and he looked a little happy. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "2 heroes, I am the shopkeeper of this jade shop. My surname is Yu. I don't know why you two are asking about Tailor Li." Zhang Xiaohu naturally recognized this person, but he couldn't figure out his relationship with the Li family. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Li Jinfeng, young Master Li's friend. Today I came to the Li family to visit the old man. But I saw that Tailor Li's shop was closed, so I came to ask around." "Shopkeeper," you said, "I heard you say that you are not from Shitsui Mountain. You must know something." Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Please come in. Let me explain in detail." The 2 of them followed the old man into the back hall. After the tea was served, Shopkeeper Yu asked, "You 2 say that you are Jin Feng's friends, do you have any proof?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he didn't find it strange. He told him everything about how he met Li Jinfeng and how he met him. Shopkeeper Yu nodded as he listened. When Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he said, "These 2 heroes are right, it seems like you are Jin Feng's friends without a doubt. I've watched Jin Feng grow up and see him as a nephew. This old man will also be arrogant and call you 2 nephew." Zhang Xiaohu quickly stood up and Lian Qing didn't dare. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohu to sit down. He then said, "Speaking of the Li family's experience, we have to start from 10 days ago. This old man doesn't have any children, only my daughter Bai He. She grew up with Jin Feng and Yin Feng from the Li family. Jin Feng went to Pingyang City to study and only Yin Feng accompanied his parents. My daughter Bai He and Yin Feng have always been harmonious. 10 days ago, they went on an autumn outing. This old man thought that they wouldn't go far, so I didn't find too many people to protect them. But I didn't expect that they would meet the bandits from Shitsui Mountain." Chapter 245. Shopkeeper Yu drank a mouthful of tea and continued, My daughter Bai He and Jin Feng's younger sister Yin Feng encountered the bandits of Shichui Mountain during their autumn excursion and were taken away by a strong person. Fortunately, the coachman escaped with his life and sent us a message. When we reported it to the authorities, we gathered our family members and went to rescue them. We thought it was already too late, but we didn't expect that the two of them were rescued by two disciples of the Dalan Temple and escaped the prison ahead of us. However, the two secular disciples who saved my life have disappeared without a trace. Speaking up to here, shopkeeper Yu stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua kept his head down and remained unmoved. Shopkeeper Yu continued, when our two families brought our daughters back home unharmed, naturally we would be endlessly grateful to the benefactors who saved our lives. But it was a pity that we made a mistake and brushed past our benefactors. It made us parents very remorseful, so a few days ago, our two families discussed going to the most famous Shaolin temple outside the city to burn incense to thank the Buddhist disciples for their kindness to us. Saying this, shopkeeper Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohu naturally noticed all this, but he didn't point it out and just patiently listened. Shopkeeper Yu continued, the Shaolin temple is quite a distance from Lu town. When our two families arrived at the Shaolin temple, we saw that the temple's doors were tightly shut. Only then did we know that the Shaolin temple seemed to have been attacked by burglars who stole things from the temple. I waited for a day, but still didn't open the doors to welcome the incense. Virtuous nephew must know that this old man's jade shop doesn't open for a year, but if it does, it will last for 3 years. But the Li family's tailor shop is different, so the Li family was somewhat anxious to come back. This old man just happened to have a distant relative next to the Shaolin temple and hadn't visited for a long time, so he took the opportunity to visit him. As a result, this old man's family separated from the Li family. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, but the killing intent in his heart instantly rose. Shopkeeper Yu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, after this old man came back, before I even entered the door, I heard the bad news. The Li family's property was burned and the family of 3 was nowhere to be found. This old man hurriedly went to the ruins of the Li family and sent people to search, but there was no trace of them. After listening to the neighbors, I knew that on the night before yesterday, several strong men suddenly broke into the Li family and kept saying that they were looking for the 2 girls. Someone immediately reported it to the government. And when the government sent people came, the strong arrogantly said that they were people from Shi Mountain and they were doing business here and people shouldn't interfere. How could those weak shrimps from the government? How would they dare to say a word? A few strong men carried a few big bags and left. Before they left, they even burned down the Li family's residence. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped the table next to her and the table collapsed, making shopkeeper Yu tremble. Zhang Xiaohu scolded, Xiaohua, sit down. It's too late to go now since it happened the day before yesterday. Let's listen first. Shopkeeper Yu trembled as he said, heroes, please calm down. This old man also heard from the gatekeeper that on the night the Li family was attacked, a few people also came to this old man's house. They turned this old man's house upside down and left angrily when they couldn't find anyone. This old man thought that these people must also be looking for my daughter. Yesterday, this old man had already sent my daughter to a safe place. After shopkeeper Yu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu asked, Shopkeeper Yu, are you sure it was done by the bandits of Shichui Mountain? And there were no corpses of the Li family in the courtyard of the Li family? Shopkeeper Yu said affirmatively, yes, it was done by them. The Li family has always been generous and has a good reputation in the Four Trees area. How could there be any unnecessary grudges? Moreover, those people kept saying that they were from Shichui Mountain and even came to my house to search. Comparing it with the encounter 10 days ago, the result is self-evident. In addition, I have already searched the ruins of the Li family more than 3 times, but I really didn't find any corpses. Presumably, the bandits took away not only money, but also people. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, there is one more thing. Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask how to get from Lu Town to Shichui Mountain? Hearing this, shopkeeper Yu quickly shook his head and said, 2 heroes, I heard that there are hundreds of bandits in Shichui Mountain. If you go there rashly, you will definitely suffer losses. It's better to be prepared. It's better to gather the brothers in your sect and go there together. If you can cooperate with the government and send soldiers, you will be more confident. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Shopkeeper you worry too much. We are just curious. Maybe the bandits in Shichui Mountain will leave the Li family on the way. We will look for them along the way and try our luck." Seeing this, Shopkeeper Yu didn't say much and told them in detail. Then, the Zhang brothers said goodbye and were about to go out. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned back and asked, "Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask why you call this place Four Trees?" Shopkeeper Yu was stunned. After a long time, he came to his senses and said, "It seems that a long time ago, before Lu Town, there were 4 trees here. This is also what I heard from others." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Well, not bad, a good place, a good name." Shopkeeper Yu was even more surprised. Why was this boy's thinking so strange? He didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind at this time. Shopkeeper Yu sent the 2 of them out, but he didn't leave. Instead, he took the 2 of them to the Li family's house. Sure enough, it was in ruins. Even some of the neighboring houses had been destroyed. Since Shopkeeper Yu had already searched, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. After saying goodbye to Shopkeeper Yu, they rode the date red horse and left. When Shopkeeper Yu saw the date red horse that the 2 of them were riding, his heart was even more tense. He secretly thought that perhaps Old Li still had hope. Of course, he was also a little relieved. If the Li family could come back, his daughter could also return home with peace of mind. She didn't have to be worried outside. Then, he thought of his daughter by he and Li family's Jin Feng. They were childhood sweethearts. But when they grew up, why couldn't they be innocent? Seeing that Li Jin Feng had 2 friends with such strong martial arts, he wouldn't be bullied in the future. He was really a good candidate for a son-in-law. But why didn't his daughter and Li Jin Feng meet each other's eyes? If not, he was the shopkeeper of a jade shop. His thinking wasn't just for show. The Zhang brothers rode out of Lu Town. Along the way, neither of them spoke a word. They came to visit in high spirits. They didn't spend the money and were in a depressed mood. Speaking of the Li family's tragedy, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of her relationship with Li Jinfeng. From the time they met to the time they became friends, young Master Li had always maintained a good friendship with this youth from the countryside. He didn't attack or despise him. In the future, when they became literate, they had a teacher and a friend relationship. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel the warmth of friendship. During the new year, Li Jinfeng didn't greet Zhang Xiaohua and came to visit. He even put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaohua's friend. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to get along well with her temper. Now, the Li family had suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jinfeng was still far away in Pingyang City and didn't know about it. But even if he knew about it, what could a weak scholar like him do? Ask the authorities for help? Go to Yu City? Ask the Misty School to help? Every path was blocked by Li Jinfeng. As Li Jinfeng's friend, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of responsibility. Since the Li family needed her strength and she had the ability to help them, what was there to hesitate about? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Second brother." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also called out at the same time, "Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and said, "Second brother, you go first." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. Li Jinfeng is our friend. He is very kind to us. He is different from Yudai and others. His family is in trouble. If we don't help, not only will we be wronged as friends, but even our martial arts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Second brother, since that's the case, let's split up. You go home and inform your family. As for me, I'll catch up with Shichui Mountain and see if I can save the Li family." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohu stopped her and said, "You said the opposite. You should go back to the Guizhuang house and tell them the news. I will go to Shitsui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, I will naturally listen to you on normal matters. However, today, you have to listen to me on the matter of saving someone. You have just started cultivating your internal energy, so how can you be my match? It will be more convenient for me to go." Zhang Xiaohua's words were very true. In the morning in the square, although Zhang Xiaohua did not fight with Sun Yiding, the martial arts he showed was not something Zhang Xiaohu could compare with. Even if Zhang Xiaohu knew that his ethereal magic was definitely better than the reckless bull strength, he had just started practicing it. Distant water could not cure present thirst. But if he let his brother go to Shitsui Mountain like this, he would not be at ease even if he gave 10,000 reasons. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was still a child who needed his protection. The two argued for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Second brother, what are we doing? Li Jinfeng's parents and sister are still alive. Time is very precious. We should go to Shitsui Mountain as soon as possible. How can we face Li Jinfeng if we keep wasting time here?" Later, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Since second brother is not at ease, I will go. Second brother, your martial arts are limited. To be honest, with your current martial arts, you can't even go up Shitsui Mountain. What are you going to do? Forget it. Let's go together. You can keep watch outside. I will use my lightness skill to go in and see what the situation is like." Zhang Xiaohu also thought for a moment and said, "That's the only way. Anyway, we have big brother and sister-in-law at home. We also left enough money for them. They won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Besides, big brother has a descendant now. The Zhang family will continue to have descendants. Let's go to Shitsui Mountain together." Chapter 246. His words were resolute, as if the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Zhang Xiaohua was also moved when she heard it. She stuck out her small chest and said, "Okay, second brother. Now I know the meaning of sacrificing myself for a friend." Presumably, if young Master Li Jinfeng was in our situation, he would also sacrifice himself. "Him?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "He is just a weak scholar. He has some skills in calligraphy. In this kind of matter, even if he stands out, he will be the first to be killed. It's better not to stand out." After that, he said, "Moreover, if it weren't for your good skills, I feel that even if you don't succeed in going to Shitsui Mountain, your life may not be in danger. If so, I wouldn't let you go." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you said it very righteously just now. Why are you so petty now? You should know that it doesn't matter if a man does things beautifully or not. When speaking, he must be dignified and beautiful. Otherwise, he can only do things in front of and behind the scenes. He can't even be a deacon. What kind of logic is this? It sounds very empty." Zhang Xiaohua said, "The book that young Master Li gave you explained it clearly. Second brother, when you go back, you must read the book carefully. It's terrible to have no knowledge." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It's better not to talk nonsense. It's all scholars who harm the country. Isn't it? You're wasting time." Zhang Xiaohua patted her horse and shouted, "Let's leave these words for young Master Li. I'm just using it as a reference." The jujube red horse was hurt. It neighed and galloped away. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and looked at his brother's back with a smile. Then he also chased after him. Shitsui Mountain was some distance from Lu Town. It was in the northwest of Lu Town. It was a road between Guizhuang House and Balaga. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua also passed by the place where Zhang Xiaolong met the bandits during his wedding. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. In these 2 years, she had grown from a person who couldn't fight back to a person who had the ability to save others from the tiger's den. Moreover, it could be said that she had avenged the robbery in Shitsui Mountain. The cycle of cause and effect and nature playing tricks on people were really wonderful. Just the moment he passed by that place, Zhang Xiaohua's mind spun with countless thoughts. He gained some understanding of the karma of the world and the changes of fortune. This training of the mind and comprehension of cultivation increased by quite a bit. The gap between Zhang Xiaohua's mind and his inner qi cultivation widened again. Along the way, the two of them discussed in low voices. They sorted things out a little and assigned tasks. Then, they thought about the details in detail. It was only when dusk came that they stopped thinking about it. They could no longer see the distant Shichui mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was cautious. He dismounted and asked someone before continuing to move forward. When night fell, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was not a desolate place. This was a relatively barren mountain range, not a mountain peak as they had imagined. From the foot of the mountain, there was a slightly wide mountain path leading into the mountain. It was probably the path that the bandit leader took. If it was daytime, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu would not dare to walk up so brazenly. However, it was already dark, and their surroundings could not be seen clearly. Only the gray mountain path could be seen clearly. The two dismounted first, and Zhang Xiaohu tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to wrap the hooves of the two horses. Only then did they ride up the mountain path. Sure enough, the sound of horse hooves was almost gone. The two people and two horses quietly walked in the mountain under the curtain of night. The mountain wind was bleak, and the chirping of insects was incessant, but there were no traces of people. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them climbed up the first mountain. This mountain wasn't very high, but it stretched as far as the eye could see. The view was broad, and they could see the lights on the mountain in front of them from afar. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Second brother, there are lights on the mountain. It must be the main peak of Shichui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It should be there. However, the closer we are to the bandits, the more we can't be careless. Maybe there are bandit sentries on the road. If we are discovered by them, tonight's rescue operation will be terrible." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll listen to the arrangement of second brother." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pointed to the woods in front of them. He said, "Let's go to the woods first. Leave the red horses here and let them rest. When we rescue the people of the Li family, we still need to rely on them." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he cried out, "Ayah, second brother, we left in a hurry and forgot that there are only 2 horses. How can we carry 5 people?" Zhang Xiaohu patted his head and said, "Yes, I also forgot. What should we do?" The two thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after we rescue them. We don't know how many people we can save." The two tied the red horses in the woods and carefully walked to the mountain road. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, as you said, there must be bandit sentries or traps on the mountain road. We should go from the side." Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the lush pine trees next to them and said, "We can only go through this forest, but I don't know if this forest is safe or if it can lead to the foot of Shichui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. As long as there is a forest, I can go through it." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Well, your lightness skill should be fine and you shouldn't alarm others. However, I can't do it. I haven't practiced my lightness skill well." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. I'll help you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the lights in the distance and said, "That's the only way. However, don't grab my neck. Just grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "Second brother, isn't it better for me to carry you?" "Humph," Zhang Xiaohu snorted and said, "In that case, I will lose all my face. It's not appropriate. You'd better grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohu now weighed no more than 100 kilograms. With Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength, it was really negligible. Why would Zhang Xiaohua care about carrying him like this? Later, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the terrain and told Zhang Xiaohua in detail about the walking route. Only then did he let Zhang Xiaohua carry him under his arm. With Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, they jumped to the treetops. At this time, the moon had not risen. Zhang Xiaohua carried her second brother and ran like a wisp of smoke. According to the route that Zhang Xiaohu had already told her, they flew among the treetops in the forest. This mountain road was the only way to Shitsui Mountain. How could there be no traps on the road? How could there be no sentries in the mountain forest? Perhaps it was because of the notoriety of Shitsui Mountain that few people so blatantly broke into the mountain, making the patrolling bandits lose their vigilance. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was so good that she avoided the sentries early. In short, Zhang Xiaohua was not discovered by the sentries along the way. On the contrary, there were several groups of bandits who were either drinking, gambling, or sleeping. They were all seen by Zhang Xiaohua from afar and avoided. With Zhang Xiaohua's current true qi cultivation, she could still cope with the consumption of true qi from the levitation skill. When she reached the top of the mountain and jumped down from the tree, she did not use much true qi. Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it, but Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. When he was in the Lotus Escort Agency, he followed Fourth Master Wen and saw his lightness skill. Now looking at Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, although it was still a lot worse than Fourth Master Wen's, Zhang Xiaohua had just learned it not long ago. Moreover, the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's hands could not be underestimated. In this aspect, Fourth Master Wen could not compare with Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was performing lightness skill with Fourth Master Wen, a living person. Jumping off the treetop, they were very close to the mountain stronghold. In the distance, they could see that the gate of the stronghold was open and brightly lit. Several bandits were guarding the gate with weapons. There were also several people on the gate of the stronghold, holding bows and weapons, patrolling left and right. It was completely militarized management. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Second brother, the security here is so strict. It doesn't look like a motley crew at all. It seems that the plan we discussed on the way needs to be improved." On the way, Zhang Xiaohu felt that the bandits of Shitsui Mountain were just a motley crew. The management must be chaotic. For example, the gate of the stronghold should be closed, and there might not be anyone guarding it. Although he did not know lightness skill, he could let Zhang Xiaohua take him in. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that this famous mountain bandit was actually worthy of its name? The security was really strict. At this time, if Zhang Xiaohu still went in with Zhang Xiaohua, it would inevitably involve Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you go in and have a look. I'll wait for you outside. You can observe the situation first. Don't do anything. It's better to find a bandit when he is unprepared and torture him to find the trace of the Li family. Then, come back. We'll make a plan after discussing it." Zhang Xiaohua listened and remembered it carefully. Then she used her lightness skill and carefully followed the shadows of the trees to the front of the stronghold. Although she was close, there was still a long distance. Even if she used her lightness skill, she would inevitably be discovered by the bandits, not to mention that she had to jump over the wall of the stronghold where the bandits were patrolling. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the orderly patrolling of the bandits and could not help but think of an idea. He bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He used his internal force and threw it in the other direction of the gate of the stronghold. There was a bang sound, which was particularly obvious in the silent night. The bandit guarding the gate of the stronghold was shocked and immediately looked in that direction. The bandits on the wall of the stronghold also shouted, "Who is it?" They all ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had worked. Her courage grew and she ran under the wall of the stronghold. Looking around, she jumped up the wall. Her body paused for a moment, then she immediately slanted and slid into the inner side of the wall. Although there was a bandit beside her who was looking in the other direction, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a swallow and did not startle him. When he felt something strange and looked back, Zhang Xiaohua had already slipped into the shadows of the wall. The bandit looked back and did not see any movement. He looked left and right and then walked back and forth on the wall. He did not know that in his moment of distraction, he had let someone slip into the stronghold. Chapter 247. Zhang Xiaohua slipped down the wall and hid in a dark place. His heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he tried such a dangerous thing, so he was inevitably nervous. After calming down a little, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in front of him. This was a chaotic place. Behind the wall was a large open space with many things thrown in a mess. It was hard to see what they were in the dark. On the other side of the open space were some messy houses built. The fire on the wall was bright, but it only illuminated the edge of the open space. The houses in the distance were faintly lit. Zhang Xiaohua could hear the noise coming from there from afar. It must be very lively there. Looking at the open space that he had to pass through, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. How could he pass through here without attracting the attention of others? Moreover, what was the situation on the other side of the house? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an impulse to slap his own face. He just remembered that he could use his divine sense. Why did he rush up the wall without investigating? Alas, he was still not used to it. It seemed that he had to practice this skill more in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, the movement on the wall behind him was clear at a glance. This divine sense was really a necessary weapon to kill and set fire on a moonless and windy night. Then, he swept towards the house. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. His divine sense could not detect it. However, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought, the house is unusually noisy. There must be something lively. How could someone sneak out for no reason? Moreover, looking at the inside of the mountain stronghold, it is orderly and disorderly. There is no one patrolling. It seems that the focus of the mountain bandits is outside the stronghold. The inside of the stronghold is sloppy and ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking. His divine sense swept the wall again. Sure enough, there were many guards on the wall. They were walking back and forth, but their faces were facing outside. Very few people paid attention to the situation in the stronghold. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The real guards were really useless. Then, he found a gap and flashed out of the black shadow. Using his lightness skill, he drifted towards the house like a faint shadow. At the same time, he released his divine sense to observe the house closely. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the house, he sensed a person walking around unsteadily. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately stopped and lay on the ground. There were a lot of things in the square, and he couldn't find any firelight. He wasn't afraid of being seen. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua bent down, the door of the house in front of him opened. A man in disheveled clothes yawned as he walked out. He looked around and muttered, "A bunch of idiots. How dare they imitate other people's formations and patrol the night? Bandits will always be bandits. What kind of militarized management is this? Even if they've replaced their shotguns with cannons, they're still bandits." After saying that, he actually took off his clothes and started urinating in the square. Zhang Xiaohua was not far away, so she heard the man's words. She could not help but think, learning military management from others? What did that mean? Is there any change in this mountain village? When the man came back, Zhang Xiaohua got up again and quickly went to the house. She flew up to the roof and then quietly bent down to rest for a while. Thinking of her series of actions just now, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. Could it be that she had the potential to travel at night? When she was satisfied, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again to explore the house. It was not until then that Zhang Xiaohua found that there were still quite a lot of houses in this area. The houses on the edge were indeed messy and were built randomly. Looking at the center, there were also stone houses, mud walls, pavilions and small courtyards. The planning was very standard. Even if it was not as large as Huanqi Villa, it was more than enough to compare with a village in the countryside. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the people living on the edge of the house were small bandits. If she wanted to know about the Li family, she had to go inside. Making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua once again used her lightness skill and walked all the way along the roof. There were many houses in the mountain village. They were built in rows and were close to each other. Zhang Xiaohua walked on the roof, her footsteps were very light and did not make any sound. Not long after, she had already arrived at the center. Here, Zhang Xiaohua was more careful. The small bandits on the periphery had limited martial arts, so of course, they could not find her. The deeper she went, the higher the status, and the more profound her martial arts and experience would be. If she was careless, she would inevitably be found. The bandits in the house were active and noisy. Zhang Xiaohua did not know where to start for a while, so she had to walk slowly and pay attention to the sounds everywhere. Just as she was walking, a rough voice came into her ears. Damn it, that beauty was handed over just like that? Brother Su, tell me, what is this? We worked so hard and risked our lives to get this beauty from the evil tiger gang's territory. Originally, we wanted to go back to the mountain village and have some fun, but before we even reached the village gate, we were seen by the master. If this is the case, we might as well have some fun at the foot of the mountain. Another voice sounded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, her heart was shaken. Wasn't this voice the slightly older bandit, Brother Su, whom she had met in the forest that day? That voice said, Old Chow, you should be content. Didn't those valuables from the Li family also get divided among us? Usually, the master doesn't care about this, but now it's different. The divine sect has people in the village, and the master is trying his best to please them. If the divine sect can favor our Shitsui mountain, won't we be able to ride on their coattails in the future? Old Chow shouted, Brother Su, you're really open-minded. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people don't like to talk to us? Even if they want to support us, they should go to the evil tiger gang. We're just a mob. Brother Su smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. The evil tiger gang has its disadvantages, but our Shitsui mountain has its own advantages. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people have already given us advice? They're doing some militarized management, patrolling at the foot of the mountain, and guarding at the gate of the village. It's completely different from before. Presumably, they'll give us some benefits in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the evil tiger gang is hard to control, would they have chosen us? Old Chow said, what militarized management? It looks neither fish nor fowl. It looks like it on the outside, but isn't it the same inside the village? Moreover, Shitsui Mountain has been here for so many years. Who dares to come up the mountain? What kind of people are they? Groundless fears. Brother Su corrected him and said, forget it. We're just minions. We'll just follow the chief to make a living. If the chief hadn't come to the village this year, we would probably still be hungry. Okay, let's drink, let's drink. Then there was a burst of toasting sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when she heard this from the roof. The divine sect? What kind of sect was this? Why hadn't she heard of it? However, she had heard about Li Yinfeng from these bandits. She just didn't know if she had come too late. After thinking about it, she scanned the room with her divine awareness. There were 5 or 6 people in the room. They must be the group of bandits in the woods that day. Zhang Xiaohua thought, there are so many of them. I may not be able to kill them all at once. It's difficult not to disturb others. Did I save Li Yinfeng before? At this moment, another wretched voice rang out, I don't know what the stockade master is thinking. He actually didn't throw those 2 old farts off the cliff and even wanted to serve them well and treat them like his own parents? Brother Su laughed and said, you don't know. In the afternoon, I peeked at the man from the divine sect. He looked romantic and elegant. This kind of person is the most romantic. The chief let us offer the beauty to him because of his temper. I'm just afraid that the beauty really suits his taste. If we throw her parents to death, won't our village be blown down by the beauty's pillow wind? Anyway, it's just a few meals. Let's just treat it as feeding pigs. Now the chief is accompanying her and will enter the bridal chamber in the evening. If the people from the divine sect don't say anything, it won't be too late to kill them then. Brilliant, Brother Su, you're the leader of our group. You're really amazing. You're simply a roundworm in the chief's stomach. Come, us brothers propose a toast to you. We hope you can continue to grow under Brother Su's care in the future. Well said, well said. Brothers, let's drink. In a few days, we'll go down the mountain and take a look. I heard that Bali Valley, Guizhuang House, and Guanyin Temple have a lot of good stuff. Let's go take a look. That's true. A few years ago, the chief also went there with the former chief. At that time, the chief even brought back a chief's wife from there. When we have time, we really should go take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted. It seemed that she had come in time. The Li family of 3 were actually still alive. Seeing them, she had to act quickly. If she was a little late, she might not be able to redeem Li Yinfeng's innocence. But when she heard that they were going to Guizhuang House, she couldn't help but be furious. But now wasn't the time to kill. She'd better settle the matter at hand first. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua secretly remembered the location of this row of houses and walked along the ridge of the houses. After a while, the houses under her feet became more magnificent and much taller. Estimating that she was about right, she released her spiritual sense again. After a moment of scanning, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In front of her left, in a magnificent hall, 2 people were sitting, laughing and talking. The banquet hadn't been set up yet. Servant girls in rough clothes were serving the dishes. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and walked forward, tiptoeing. She gently landed on a foot under the eaves and climbed down. She didn't stick her head out, only pricked up her ears and used her spiritual sense to scan. In the hall, she saw a mediocre-looking person dressed in magnificent clothes say, "Envoying, I'm so happy to see you again. The food and wine in this mountain stronghold is crude and unbearable to eat. Please forgive me." The other person was also dressed in embroidered clothes. His 2 eyebrows were slanted upwards, and he had a frivolous appearance. He played with a folding fan in his hand and smiled. "Chief Lu is too polite. It's not the first time you and I have met. Why bother with this?" As he spoke, he stretched out his folding fan and knocked on the buttocks of a servant girl who was serving dishes. The servant girl was so frightened that she trembled and almost dropped the plate. Chapter 248. Seeing this, Master Lu was not surprised. He called out, "Xiaolon, don't serve the dishes. Sit next to the emissary." Xiaolon was not bashful at all. She put down the plate and moved closer to the emissary. The emissary waved his hand repeatedly and said, "Master Lu is overthinking. I'm just having fun." Master Lu laughed and said, "Like I said, why did the emissary's taste suddenly change? Well, Xiaolon, you can leave." Xiaolon was a little disappointed. She saluted and left. Master Lu said, "Emissary, please have some wine. I have already found you a pretty girl from a humble family in the VIP room in the back hall. I guarantee that you will like her." The emissary raised his eyebrows and said, "Is that so? Master Lu is so courteous that I feel ashamed to receive you. Come, Master Lu. Let's have a toast." Master Lu quickly raised his cup. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the VIP room in the back hall, he frowned. The pretty girl from a humble family must be Li Yinfeng. So when Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and rush to the back of the hall, he heard the emissary's words again, "Master Lu, I've been here for half a day. I heard that the thing in the Shaolin Temple has been obtained by your brothers. When can you show it to me? This time, I came here especially for you." Master Lu laughed and said, "Emissary has just arrived today. We haven't received you yet. Let's just talk about the wind and moon today. We can talk about other things tomorrow." In Zhang Xiaohua's ears, these words were like passing wind. He did not pay attention to them at all. His figure did not stop at all. He drew a trace in the night and went straight to the backyard. It had to be said that the ethereal steps was magical. Zhang Xiaohua was just a beginner, but he was able to enter the Shizui mountain as if there was no one there. And just as Zhang Xiaohua entered the darkness of the backyard, Emissary Ying spoke again in the hall, Master Lu, don't worry. The divine sect will not delay any of the conditions that they promised you. Moreover, in order to show that they value you, the divine sect has sent an important person here. I'm just a scout. Ah. Really? Stockade Master Lu's hand trembled, and the fine wine spilled from the wine cup. He looked pleasantly surprised. May I know when your esteemed one will arrive? When Emissary Ying heard this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, how can we know the whereabouts of the big shots? Perhaps he has already arrived, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, who knows? I know. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I really want to see the glory of a senior in the martial arts world, Stockade Master Lu answered awkwardly. Senior martial artist? Envoy Ying did not express his opinion. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already entered the rear courtyard. She spread out her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The rear courtyard was quite large and very quiet. There were only a few dim lights. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. With a few leaps, she scanned all the places with lights. She didn't see Li Yinfeng's shadow. At this time, two maidservants came out from a room with lanterns in their hands. As they walked, they said, what a pity. She's as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. She hasn't even enjoyed life and is about to leave this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, weren't we like this in the past? Once you get used to it, you'll be fine. Stockade Master Lu is not very lecherous at all. Perhaps he will take her into his room. Sister, you're wrong. This time, she doesn't serve people from the stockade. I heard that she is from some divine sect. I heard from the stockade people that this divine sect is the best at gathering yin to nourish yang. After tonight, she will be a skeleton. Ah! So powerful. Alas, this morning, I was ordered by the stockade master to persuade her in the embroidery house in the garden. It's a pity that such a pure and beautiful body is wasted. If only she was given to me. The two maidservants walked away while talking. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he used his spiritual awareness to scan the distance. Sure enough, there was a garden in the southwest corner. There was no light. He immediately used his lightness skill to fly over. When he was near, he scanned the small buildings. There was really a person lying there quietly on the building in the middle. It must be her that the maidservant mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He stopped on the building and used his spiritual awareness to scan it carefully. After confirming that there was only that woman lying there, he turned over and walked into the room quietly. The person on the bed in the room heard someone enter the room and could not help but move. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bed, took out a fire starter, and casually lit it. When he looked at the bed, he saw a girl lying there. She was tied up tightly with her back to him and was struggling with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and called in a low voice, Li Yinfeng. Sister Li. The girl was struggling. When she heard his voice, her body immediately stiffened. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and flipped the girl over. He held the fire starter close to her and saw the tear stains on Li Yinfeng's face, and her mouth was stuffed with something. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, her eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Xiaohua whispered again, Sister Li, I'm Li Jinfeng's brother Li's friend. I'm here to save you. Don't say anything. When he finished speaking, he reached out and took out the thing in Li Yinfeng's mouth. Li Yinfeng took a few deep breaths and was a little surprised. She sobbed and asked, Aren't you a lay disciple of the Dalan Temple? How do you know my brother? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Don't ask so many questions first. I know Brother Li in Pingyang City. However, now is not the time to talk. Let me get you out of here first. We can talk about how to get out of here. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rope that Li Yinfeng was tied up with. It was not a good time to find a knot. She took out a small sword from her chest and channeled her vital energy into it. she used the small sword to gently cut the rope and the rope broke. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword with satisfaction. It did not seem to be sharpened and kept it in her chest. Li Yinfeng's hands and feet were free. She wanted to stand up but she had been tied up for a long time and her blood vessels were blocked. She struggled twice and did not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua went forward to help her up. After moving a few times, she heard Li Yinfeng ask, "That, little brother, my parents?" she asked very hesitantly. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Don't worry, I will go and save your parents immediately. You wait here for a while. After I save them, I will bring them here and we will go out together." "Oh right, Sister Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohua." Li Yinfeng heard and looked around fearfully. She took half a step forward to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I am very scared here. Instead of you bringing my parents here, why don't I go with you? Before this afternoon, I was with them. I roughly know where they are and I can show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, Sister Li, you go with me. Anyway, I will bring your parents here later. Why don't I bring you there now?" "Oh right, tell me the rough location first," Li Yinfeng said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea." After that, she blew out the fire and said, "Sister Li, don't talk on the way." Li Yinfeng was a little surprised and thought, "If I don't talk, how can I show you the way?" However, she still whispered an "okay" and followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the room. When she was about to go to the stairs, she heard Zhang Xiaohua whisper, "Sister Li, don't move and don't talk." Then she felt a small hand grab her shoulder and her body immediately rose into the air and went straight to the roof. Li Yinfeng was shocked and almost cried out. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she first saw this young man, didn't he fly like a big bird from a horse? Could this be the Qinggong that was mentioned in the book? Before Li Yinfeng could think of a second idea, she had already followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. She stopped for a while and went straight to the place that she had just mentioned. Li Yinfeng was dressed in plain clothes and was very eye-catching in the night. However, in this mountain stronghold that was tight on the outside but loose on the inside, who would pay attention to her? Along the way, Li Yinfeng kept her mouth shut, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the bandits. Her body was also tense and she did not dare to move, afraid that she would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's Qinggong. After a while, the two of them climbed over many houses and corridors and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated houses. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a while and then jumped down with Li Yinfeng. She pointed to a house that was lit and said, "Sister Li, is this the place?" Li Yinfeng had long recognized that this was the house that they had stayed in before. She was secretly shocked. She had just roughly described it, how did this young man know it so clearly? If he had not saved her before, she would have suspected that he was one of the bandits. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door and entered. The house was very empty. The floor was covered with straw and two old men were sitting there, crying secretly. When they saw someone push the door and enter, they looked up angrily. When they saw that it was an ordinary young man, they were very surprised. When did this bandit become a young man? Moreover, his expression was also warm and not as fierce as before. What was he selling in the gourd? Without waiting for the two elders to speak, a girl immediately ran out from behind the young man. Crying, she called out, "Daddy, Mommy." Wasn't that his daughter, Li Yinfeng? What was going on? The young man closed the door and said, "Sister Li, now is not the time to cry. It won't be too late to suffer after we go down the mountain." Shopkeeper Li was overjoyed when he heard the unfamiliar young man call out so intimately. Could it be that this was his hero? Then, he immediately recalled that his daughter had been saved by a young lay disciple. Could it be this person? He didn't go back to the Dalan temple. When Li Yinfeng heard this, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Father, Mother, this is my big brother's good friend. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. He came to save us. Let's go with him." The two old men naturally knew the importance of this matter. Without asking anything, they prepared to get up and leave. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said that, "Uncle, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have to think about how to take you out." Manager Li was taken aback and blurted out, "Virtuous nephew, you walk in front, and we'll just follow behind you." Chapter 249. Li Yinfeng whispered, "Father, don't talk. Listen to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Sister Li, I'll carry you on my back later, okay?" Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shopkeeper Li was still a little puzzled. His daughter could walk well, so why did she need him to carry her? This young man was thin and not even as tall as his daughter. Could he carry her well? Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sister Li, you must hold my neck tightly and don't let go." Li Yinfeng blushed even more and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua said to the two old men, "Uncle, Auntie, when I take you out later, you must be careful not to make a sound." The two old men nodded and thought, "Isn't this nonsense? If we make a sound, it will alert the bandits. What can we do?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and went out. Shopkeeper Li hurriedly grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Little hero, you have to open the door first to see if there's anyone outside. This is common sense." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, This is the first time I go into a tiger's den to save someone. I'm not experienced enough. But I know there's no one outside." Shopkeeper Li didn't believe him. He opened the door first and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one outside. Then he opened the door and the four of them came out quietly. Shopkeeper Li pointed in the direction of the gate and said, "Little hero, I remember the gate is over there. But when we came in, I remember there were many people guarding there. We can't go through." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'll take you there." Shopkeeper Li was skeptical, but he still said, "Well, let's go. We'll go along the corner. There are shadows there. They can't see us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, Uncle, Auntie, stand still. I'll take you there. We don't have much time. I'm afraid we'll be seen if we walk there." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yinfeng to lie on his back. Then, he used his left and right hands to support the two old men under their armpits. He circulated the true energy in his entire body, and his figure suddenly flew up, heading straight for the roof in front of him. The two old men were still pondering over the sentence, "Stand still, I'll take you there." They thought strangely, if you don't let us walk, if you let us stand still, how are we going to get there? Although it wasn't very high, it was their first time, and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. Before they could wake up, their bodies followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. Then, they heard a few people talking and laughing as they walked past them. After waiting for a while, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, flying from one roof ridge to another. Sometimes they would hide in a corner, and sometimes they would hide in an abandoned house. In short, they would safely avoid the bandits every time. When the two old men's minds gradually became clearer, the four of them had already reached the edge of the house. Zhang Xiaohua put the two old people down and said, "Sister Li, come down and take a breath of relief." Only then did Li Yinfeng let go of the arm that was holding Zhang Xiaohua breathlessly. Her face was crimson red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Sister Li, can you still hold on?" Li Yinfeng moved her arm, shook her teeth, and said, "It's okay. If it was a little longer, I might not be able to hold on." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, now is a dangerous time. It's a temporary measure. If your arm really can't hold on, don't you still have your legs?" Li Yinfeng's face was about to bleed. The two old men next to her turned their heads, pretending not to hear or see. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes didn't pay attention to them. She looked at the distant wall of the village. The distance between the house and the square was too far. Her divine sense could barely reach it, and it was very difficult to clearly determine the position of others. If someone happened to look around the square, wouldn't she be immediately exposed? If she was alone, or if there were only two people, she would be able to free one hand. If she met anyone, she could block them. But there were three people, one in each hand, and one on her back. How could she deal with them? But looking at the time, it was already late. Presumably, the banquet of the village master and the envoy had already begun. When they found out that Li Yinfeng had been rescued by her, the entire village would come to look for her. Even if her qinggong was powerful, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She would risk it. In any case, they were all looking outside the wall. At this moment, they were probably tired. Who would look back? Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to the three people, "You guys should be ready. This is the last and also the only dangerous place. After passing this place, everything will be easy to talk about." Although the three people felt that it was very strange, there were many torches on the walls of the village. They guessed that there were many bandits patrolling. How could there be no danger? But they still nodded obediently. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense stretched out towards the village wall. She roughly saw a vague outline. Feeling that this was a good opportunity, she immediately carried Li Yinfeng on her back, grabbed the two old people, and flew towards the empty square. Less than half the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could already touch the village wall. At this moment, someone happened to be bored and turned around. Zhang Xiaohua immediately crouched down. That patrolling bandit seemed to have seen a huge black shadow, but it disappeared immediately. He rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked carefully again, he didn't see anything. He pulled the person next to him and asked, "Brother, I just saw a wide and big black shadow in the village. It was in the square. Do you think an outsider came in?" That person laughed and said, "Brother, did you drink too much last night? Our village gate is unprecedentedly tight. Even a fly can't fly in. How could someone come in? Moreover, what did you just say about a wide and big black shadow? A person's shadow is long and narrow. Could it be that you saw wrongly? If you don't, then you must have seen a ghost." That person shrank his neck and shivered. How could a normal person have such a shadow? Could it be that he really saw wrongly? It was better that he saw wrongly. If it was a monster, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, that person didn't dare to look anymore and hurriedly patrolled elsewhere. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and rushed down the village wall. Only when she entered the shadow of the wall did she breathe a sigh of relief. She put down the two old people in her hands. Li Yinfeng also quickly let go of her hands and feet and jumped down. Well, it wasn't jumping, but straightening up. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was halfway to success. As long as she jumped over the wall, she could fly freely. However, the other three people didn't understand. They were still nervous. There were bandits constantly passing by above them. How could they get past them? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the movement on the wall. She still picked up a stone from the ground and took the opportunity to throw it to her right. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was now very strong. After a while, she heard the sound of roosters and dogs barking from the other side. The people on the wall naturally ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take the three people and jumped up the wall. Without hesitation, they flew down and landed in the forest. Behind them, they heard a hoarse voice resounding through the square. "That bastard threw a stone. Does he have any morals? He smashed the back of my head. Who will pay for the medical expenses?" In the forest, Zhang Xiaohu was restless. His brother had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. However, the patrols on the village wall were still there. There was no abnormality. Presumably, his brother hadn't been discovered. If it wasn't for his poor lightness skill, Zhang Xiaohu almost wanted to go and take a look himself. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was feeling anxious, he saw a huge shadow appear on the wall and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Just as he was about to dodge, he borrowed the light from the torches on the wall and vaguely saw a few human figures. Only then did he realize. Could it be that Xiaohua had brought people out? When he looked again, it was indeed the case. Both hands were holding two old men. Their eyes were tightly closed. In the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. Both hands were tightly clenched. Why were there two more hands and two legs in front of Xiaohua? When he looked carefully, there was actually a long-haired girl on her back. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He wanted to go forward to welcome her, but Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was hesitating, she had already flown into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua. Is that you?" "Second brother, it's me." Zhang Xiaohua replied and placed the three people on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the three people in disbelief and said, "Xiaohua, how did it go so smoothly? Could it be fake?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and said, "How difficult did you think it was? This is just a bandit's lair. I am the dignified founder of the Fist of the North Star. Saving people is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had safely come out. His heart was also relieved. He smiled and said, "You keep bragging. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't get discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. She said, "Second brother is right. But, how do we go down the mountain?" That was because when they arrived, he was carried up by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came out of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua had one person in each hand and one on her back. If they were to go down the mountain now, unless Zhang Xiaohua grew a third hand, the path from the stronghold to the outside of the mountain naturally could not be taken. They could only let Zhang Xiaohua carry the four people through the forest. If they were to pass through the forest, the mountain was so high. It was probably impossible. When Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end, Li Yinfeng said tiredly, "Isn't this big brother Zhang Xiaohua's senior brother? Can't you bring one person?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Miss Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. I'm also Li Jinfeng's friend. However, I'm not Xiaohua's senior brother, but her biological brother. I want to bring one person. I have enough strength, but I don't know Qinggong. I can't go up and down the mountain. I can only use my feet step by step on the road down the mountain." Li Yinfeng thought for a while and said, "Then please bring my father and let Zhang Xiaohua bring you. Won't that be fine?" However, Li Yinfeng said in distress, "It's too difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to bring the four of us. It's better to do it twice." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Don't come twice. Time waits for no one. If you're not careful and get caught by the bandits, it'll be too late to regret. Come on." Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Miss Li, come up," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 250. Coming out of the village, although Zhang Xiaohua was carrying three people, Li Yinfeng and her mother were light as a feather and did not expend much effort. This time, with the addition of Zhang Xiaohu, his weight was equivalent to two people. Zhang Xiaohua carried Li Yinfeng on his back, with his right hand supporting Li Yinfeng's mother and his left hand supporting Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu did not have the strength of his younger brother, so he could only ask for forgiveness and use his arms to clamp onto Li Yinfeng's father. He was just using all his strength to clamp onto them, but the one who exerted most of the effort was still Zhang Xiaohua. Carrying four living people while displaying his Qinggong, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not afraid and did not feel strenuous. However, the Jinqi in his body was greatly depleted. Just now when he went in to search for Li Yinfeng, he had already used up some. Bringing the three of them out, he had used up several times more. It seemed that the amount of Jinqi consumed when using his Qinggong was related to the weight. Zhang Xiaohua estimated that with the amount of Jinqi in his body, it should not be a problem to bring the four of them to the other mountain. Thus, he took a deep breath and secretly activated his Heart Sutra. The Jinchi in his body circulated wildly, and with a tap of his foot, he executed the ethereal steps. His body floated up and landed on a treetop. Following that, he released his divine sense to the maximum and quickly rushed down the mountain. Although there were hidden sentries in the forest, it was already late. The entire mountain was only filled with the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional howling of animals. How could the people in the hidden sentries think that someone would pass over their heads? If not for the village chief repeatedly emphasizing the need for militarization and to strengthen the execution, they would have already run back to the village. Why would they be obediently looking at the somewhat white path in a daze? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua very easily led the four of them and avoided several hidden sentries. They safely arrived at the place where the date red horse was placed. Seeing that they were about to reach the place, Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his Jinqi when he suddenly discovered that his meridians were empty. There was not the slightest bit of Jinqi left. He could not help but be shocked. At this moment, his body was in midair. In a hurry, he said in a low voice, "Second brother, get down." He casually threw Zhang Xiaohu to the ground and his own body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was also a martial artist and his skills were naturally strong. Being in midair was actually the height of a tree, so of course it was not difficult for him. With a single stride, he jumped to the ground. Although the forest was pitch black, he was able to stand very steadily. At the same time, there was a sound next to Zhang and Zhang also very easily to the ground. Zhang landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, why aren't you walking? Have we arrived at the place?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "It's right in front of us. Right now, I don't have any Jinqi left, so I can't use Qinggong. I can only put you guys down." Li Yinfeng came down from Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly asked, "Then is your body okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, big sister Li. After a while, I'll be fine. Let's go, the date red horse is not far ahead. We should quickly leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "The night is pitch black, how do you know that the date red horse is just ahead?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feeling, second brother. A man's sixth sense." Thus, Li Yinfeng supported her mother and Zhang Xiaohu supported shopkeeper Li. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, they walked forward for half an hour before they found the date red horse. 5 people and only 2 horses. This made things a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu. Manager Li said, "Nephew, this old man knows how to ride a horse. Why don't you let me and my family ride one, and you two ride the other? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This place is very far from Lu Town. If the 3 of you ride together, the horse won't be able to withstand it. How about uncle and auntie ride one, and second brother and Li Yinfeng ride the other? Is that okay?" Li Yinfeng was a bit embarrassed. Shopkeeper Li thought for a bit and said, "This matter is urgent and is also forced by the situation. We can only do this. Fenger, let's do as nephew says." Li Yinfeng didn't know if she nodded or shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly, but she didn't say anything. Naturally, she agreed. Shopkeeper Li asked again, "Nephew Zhang Xiaohua, will you ride with us or with your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't ride with you. I know Qinggong. I'll use it to catch up with you." Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, "How can that be? Your body is very light. You can ride the same horse as us. Why do you have to use Qinggong? Besides, you don't have any true qi in your body. How can you use Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, time is tight now. Why are you so wishy-washy? If I ride the horse, it will definitely be slower. Besides, if the people from the mountain village catch up with us, they will definitely catch up with us. Won't I be working in vain tonight? Besides, if I wait here for a while, maybe I can block them and let you run farther. Forget it. Who do you think you are? You're not a real hero. Why do you stay here? Brother Li's family has been rescued. Let's go back together." It's fine, second brother. I have my own plans. Besides, even if they see me, they won't think that I'm the one who saved them. Also, don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Dalan Temple. How would they dare to touch a single hair on my head? Well, forget it. I won't go. I'll go with you. If I go back like this, I won't be able to explain it to my parents. Don't, second brother. Sister Lee can't ride a horse. Even if she can, the road from here to Lu Town is not very safe. It's late at night. Don't you worry about them traveling alone. Well. Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. Second brother, get on the horse quickly. Listen to me. I'll rest in the woods for a while. When there's no movement in the mountain village, I'll go back tomorrow. If we hesitate for a while, they'll really catch up with us. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, Xiaohua, second brother knows that I'm not good at martial arts and can't help you. But you must be careful. When we leave, quickly recover your martial arts and catch up with us with your Qing Gong. I know, second brother. Don't worry. When has your brother ever suffered a loss? Didn't the little bald donkey from the Dalan Temple also fall into my hands? Okay. I'll take them away. Catch up with them as soon as possible. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu no longer hesitated and got on the horse. Li Yinfeng was also helped by Zhang Xiaohua to sit behind him. Then he helped shopkeeper Li and Li Yinfeng get on the horse. Li Yinfeng's mother, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice, Xiaohua, you're a good child. Come back quickly. We'll wait for you in Lu Town. I know, Auntie. I'll go back tomorrow. It won't be long. After he finished speaking, he gently patted the red date horse's butt. The two horses stomped on the ground and quietly galloped down the mountain. After running for a while, the two horses stopped at the same time. The people on the horses all looked back, but it was dark and they couldn't see anyone. Soon after, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Ta, ta, ta. It gradually went farther and farther away. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves could not be heard. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the edge of the forest at the top of the mountain. She didn't wait for them to go far. She took out the primordial stones from her arms and absorbed them with all her strength. Instantly, a long and vigorous stream of primordial qi rushed from the meridians in her hands to her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua felt her whole body was incomparably comfortable. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing the primordial qi. She secretly circulated her qi and hurriedly improved her cultivation a little. She used her spiritual sense to examine the two primordial stones. The primordial qi inside did not seem to show any signs of decreasing. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think that her cultivation was really weak. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, this kind of primordial stone would be discarded after being absorbed a few times. She had already absorbed it twice and still hadn't absorbed much. Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stones away and got up to stretch his body. Looking at the fire in the mountain stronghold in the distance, his pupils shrank slightly and flashed a trace of killing intent. He insisted on staying. On the one hand, it was to slightly resist the pursuers of the mountain stronghold and lead them to another direction. The most important thing was that the bandit named Brother Su had touched his bottom line. He had saved Li Yinfeng, which had already made it clear that he was a disciple of the Dalan Temple. This group of people even planned to take Li Yinfeng back to the mountain stronghold. They even robbed the Li family's property and burned their house. It was clear that they didn't treat bean buns as dry food. They didn't give face to him, a disciple of the Dalan Temple, and bullied him because he was young and a foreigner. The most hateful thing was that they wanted to go to the Guizhuang house, Balaga and Guanyin temple to search for beautiful women. Thinking of the tragedy of the neighboring village being robbed by Shitsui Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen in his Guizhuang house again. He didn't want the bandits to disturb the peaceful life of his family. For his parents, for his brother and sister-in-law, he had to stay. He had to stay and take the lives of those who had eaten the courage of the leopard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even intend to let go of the head of the mountain stronghold and the messenger. If it weren't for his limited martial arts, he even wanted to destroy Shitsui Mountain. Of course, he couldn't tell his second brother about his thoughts and words. He knew that his second brother wouldn't let him take the risk alone. Perhaps he would stay, or perhaps he would take him away. However, neither choice was his own. He was more willing to destroy any enemies that threatened his family before they sprouted. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out the small sword. The feeling of it being his own arm made him feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, small sword, did you not taste enough blood last time? Today I'm going to make a fortune. Then, with a tap of his toes, his figure floated to the top of a high tree. His divine sense swept forward like an antenna. His figure didn't stay in the forest any longer. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed to the stronghold of Shichui Mountain. The hidden sentries in the woods were even more slack and almost fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua came to the bottom of the stronghold wall again. At this time, there were fewer people patrolling on the stronghold wall. Only a few people were wandering back and forth listlessly. Zhang Xiaohua found a chance and climbed up the stronghold wall. This time he didn't rush down, but looked up and looked around. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and laughed in his heart. Habitual thinking kills people. Chapter 251. The wall of the bandit stronghold of Shitsui Mountain was a small semicircle. In the middle of the wall, there was a square between the house and the wall. It was easy to be discovered from the square, but the wall was connected to the house. The left and right ends of the wall were built on the mountain rocks, and the houses of the stronghold were built against the mountain. As long as one walked to the end of the wall, one could walk to the house along the shadow. When Zhang Xiaohua went in, she didn't pay attention. In order to save time, she crossed the square at the risk of being discovered. And when she came back, she didn't think much. She just went back from where she came from. She never thought that if she walked to the end of the wall, she wouldn't be discovered by the bandits at all. Thinking that she was almost discovered with 3 people just now, Zhang Xiaohua secretly reminded herself that she should pay more attention in the future and carefully observe the terrain. She should never make such mistakes again. After criticizing and self-criticizing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to find a new route. Anyway, there were no people patrolling. Why should she take a detour? Her genuine qi was painstakingly absorbed from the primordial stone. There was no reason to waste it. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got down. She still skimmed across the square. Under her divine awareness, she was not discovered by anyone. According to her memory just now, Zhang Xiaohua came to the place where the bandits' brothers Su and others were drinking. When the banquet reached the climax, everyone was drunk. She heard old Chow say, "Xiaoshunzi is so scheming. He actually sprinkled the 1,000-mile incense on that girl's car. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find that girl in a short time." Another voice sounded, "Brother Chow, didn't I tell you not to mention that girl again? She's not ours anymore. It's useless to talk about her. It makes us feel itchy." Old Chow said, "Well, I won't say it. I haven't said it all night. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Alas, how could we be seen by the chieftain? It would be better if we left earlier. Presumably, that bullshit messenger is having fun now." A voice said, "Old Chow, you're drunk. You'd better talk about something else." "That's right, let's talk about Xiaoshunzi's cleverness. Tell me honestly, did you really find the Li family's lass with that 1,000-mile fragrance?" Xiaoshunzi said, "Hee, Brother Su guessed correctly. There are many people in Lu Town, and the smells are mixed. The 1,000-mile fragrance is indeed useful in open areas, but when I'm there, how can I smell it? I don't have a dog's nose." "Ah!" Old Chow said, "You actually lied to me and made me envious of your intelligence. Oh right, without the 1,000 miles incense, how did you find the Li family's door?" Xiaoshunzi chuckled and said, "In this world, there are many people who like to gossip. Everyone has a gossipy heart. I only sat in the tea house for a while and casually asked about interesting things in the city. Someone who likes to show off told me about the robbery of the Li family and the Yu family's daughter from 4 trees. It only cost 2 copper coins for the tea. It's a pity that the Yu clan's young lady isn't here, and there's no one at home. Otherwise, we would be able to do something big. Don't worry, they won't run away. We'll just go again another day. Okay, brothers, let's drink, and then we'll go together. Okay, let's drink. Everyone drank a few bowls. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening on the roof, was angry, but there were 6 people in the room. He didn't have the ability to kill all 6 of them at once. As long as one of them shouted, who knows how many people would hear it in this kind of night. At this time, old Chow said, "You guys drink, I'll go out and waterproof." After saying that, he left the room alone. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and followed him to a corner. Old Chow stood crookedly, whistling while waterproofing. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Old Chow ignored him and said, "Wait, I'm not done yet." Zhang Xiaohua continued to pat him. Old Chow anxiously said, "Who's so annoying? Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he turned around and saw an unknown young man. Just as he was about to say something, the young man suddenly came forward with something in his left hand. With the help of the light from the window, he saw that the young man was actually holding a toy sword in his hand. Before he could take a second look, the sword was already at his throat. When the small sword reached his throat, it clearly paused, as if it was hesitating. Old Chow felt a wave of fear, but he didn't feel anything sharp at his throat. He immediately understood that it was just a toy, and the tip of the sword hadn't been sharpened. He couldn't help but grin, and said the last sentence of his life, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you joke with me? Watch how I deal with you." After saying that, he reached out to grab the toy. At this time, another voice sounded from the side, "Brother Chow, who are you talking to?" Then, old Chow felt a chill in his throat. Then, he covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground weakly. Even before he died, he didn't understand how this unsharpened toy could pierce his throat. The young man who killed him was Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when his dagger was at old Chow's throat, he did hesitate. After all, he had never really faced killing before, so he couldn't do it. However, the person behind him had blocked his escape route. If he didn't stab with his dagger, tonight's operation would be ruined. He could escape, but the Li family, Yu family, Guozhuang, and Balaga might suffer. In a situation where there was no way out, he had no choice but to stab with his dagger. When he pulled out the dagger, he saw old Chow lying limp on the ground. His life was so easily dodged by him. He felt a wave of confusion in his heart, but soon after, he felt a wave of relief. So this was how killing people was, how easy it was to kill people. At this time, he was already unable to summarize his experience. There wasn't much time left for him. The person behind him was about to turn the corner. Zhang Xiaohua immediately slid to the side of the wall. The person just happened to lean out half of his body and was still saying, "You didn't drink too much, did you?" His words suddenly stopped. A small sword easily pierced his throat. It was gentle, like a lover's kiss. The only difference was that the lover left a red lipstick mark, while the small sword left a faint red. The people in the room didn't know that something was wrong outside. After drinking for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming back. Brother Su said, "Xiaoshunzi, go with Shaoli and see what happened to old Chow and the other 2. Did they really drink too much? Carry them back. It's still early, so it's not their style." Xiaoshunzi and the other person answered and came out. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the 2 people lying on the ground. They laughed and said, "Old Chow, oh old Chow, I've never seen you like this. When you wake up tomorrow, how will I scold you?" Before the 2 people could go forward, Zhang Xiaohua descended from the sky. Her left hand held a sword, and her right hand formed a claw. She stabbed the sword into the throat and grabbed it with her other hand. With a slight force, there was a crack sound. Blood seeped out of the corner of the person's mouth and he fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the corpse lying on the ground. It was no longer as agitated and trembling as before. She whispered, "It's better to use a sword. It's clean and nimble." There were only 2 people left in the room, and they were both drunk. How could they be worthy of his attention? Brother Su was still drinking with the other person in the room when he heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and say, "You don't have hands. Open the door yourself." However, the knocking continued. He was angry. He got up and strode to the door. He opened the door and said, "Who the hell are you?" In front of him was Xiaoshunzi, who had just gone out. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping. Brother Su laughed and said, "Xiaoshunzi, don't tell me you just went out for a while and fell asleep." Unfortunately, Xiaoshunzi didn't reply. Brother Su felt that something was amiss. He was about to call someone over when he saw a short figure emerge from behind Xiaoshunzi. The faintly discernible face was actually very familiar. Brother Su called out, "Dalan Temple." Just as he finished speaking, a small sword pierced his throat. There was no resistance. Brother Su died with remaining grievances as he looked at the young boy in front of him and fell to the ground. There was only one person left in the room. He was drunk when he heard Brother Su call out for the Dalan Temple. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Brother Su fall to the ground and revealed the lay disciple, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His drunkenness completely disappeared as he shouted, "Help!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua rushed in front of him like lightning. The man didn't have time to dodge. He only managed to lean slightly to the side before the small sword pierced his throat and he stopped breathing. When the last person fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat that was about to flow down. She thought to herself, "Lucky." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said on the ground, "Oh, I forgot to leave him alive. Ask him where the money is hidden." As she spoke, she used her divine sense to sweep the room. She didn't find anything. Presumably, the money was hidden somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She carried the corpses into the room, blew out the light and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, an idea flashed in her mind. Why not take the opportunity to kill the fort master and let Shichui Mountain be leaderless and peaceful for a few years? Moreover, she didn't get any benefits from this trip. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua floated up the room and sneaked toward the hall. In the hall, the banquet was not over yet. The 2 of them were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant just because he had killed a few small fries. Although he did not know how good the martial arts of the head and the messenger were, the head could command the entire Shitsui Mountain. How could he control the situation if he did not have some martial arts? Presumably, he was no match for them. If he wanted to kill them, it was better to do it suddenly. And the emissary seemed to be from some divine sect. Such people dared to come out to represent a sect. Which one of them wasn't a master? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he could beat them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated to the back of the inner hall. She used her divine sense to sweep around, trying to find a good place to hide. But before her divine sense found a hiding place, she found that there seemed to be a fluctuation of primordial qi under the ground of the back hall. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 252. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the fluctuation of primordial qi underground. He couldn't help but think of the basement in Zhang Qingyue's study in the Misty School. It was estimated that this was the secret room of the master of Shitsui Mountain. Then Zhang Xiaohua excitedly looked for the entrance to the secret room. If the entrance was found by others, it might not be easy to find. But under Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. After several scans, he found the abnormality on the bed in the corner. When he found the mechanism in the corner of the bed, he couldn't help but praise secretly. If he really looked for it with his eyes, he might not find it. It seemed that the things in the secret room were really worth looking forward to. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted the bed and walked into the secret room from the bed, he saw a layer of light in front of him before he laid down the stairs. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the luminous pearl recorded in the book? Zhang Xiaohua lit the fire starter. What he saw in front of him made him stunned. In front of him was a space with a radius of 10 feet. On the right was a weapon shelf with some strange weapons. On the left were several big boxes. Looking forward, it was the place where he saw the light just now. There were several tables with a lot of jewelry and jade on them. The strangest thing was that beside the table, there was an incense burner that looked like the incense burner used in temples. There were 3 legs at the bottom and a ball at the top. However, this incense burner had a lid. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan. The fluctuation of primordial qi was coming from this incense burner. He carefully walked forward and touched it with his hand. Then he opened the lid of the incense burner and looked inside. Yes, there were still a lot of burnt ashes in the incense burner. He really didn't know why the bandit brought the incense burner here. Suddenly, he remembered that he had heard the conversation between the messenger and the master on the roof. Was this what the messenger wanted to take? Hey, Zhang Xiaohua sneered. No matter what it was, as long as it was a treasure, why should he hesitate? Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the money bag and put the incense burner into it. Then, without taking back the money bag, he first came to several big boxes and opened one casually. The lid of the box was opened and the inside was glittering with gold. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. To be honest, this guy had never seen gold since he was a child. Even when he heard it, he just heard it from O Peng. How could he not be moved by the box full of gold in front of him? Gladly, Zhang Xiaohua put the whole box into the money bag without hesitation. That was, if he put it in bit by bit, it would waste his divine sense. Taking the whole box together, that would be cool. As for the rest of the boxes, Zhang Xiaohua also opened them one by one to satisfy his eyes. Then, he put them into the money bag. These boxes were either filled with gold or jewelry. There was not even silver. Zhang Xiaohua could not help shaking his head. These bandits were so tasteless that they only took hard currency. Why didn't they store some silver notes? The gold and the like really took up too much space in the money bag. How could it be more convenient than silver notes? As for the luminous pearls on the table, there were actually a lot of them in the box. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste, let go, or regret, so he put them all in his bag. As for the rare weapons, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. He had never seen any weapons, so he didn't know how precious these weapons were. Moreover, these things didn't look as pleasing to the eye as gold and jewelry. Forget it, it's better to leave some for the bandits of Shitsui Mountain. After all, we are all educated people, so it's good to leave something for them to remember. Of course, these thoughts were also made by Zhang Xiaohua after his divine sense swept over the weapon rack. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had faintly understood that only things with primordial qi fluctuations were what he needed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that he seemed to have not used his divine sense to scan the small sword. It was easy to forget things around him. Then, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to separate a strand of divine sense to scan the small sword. At this time, he suddenly heard a soft sound above his head. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense. Oh, no, Master Lu and Messenger Ing were standing in front of the bed. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that they were not going to rest. He was blocked by someone. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked at some of the secret rooms that had just been searched by him and seemed to be empty. Where was there a hiding place? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and then made up his mind. He put away the fire starter, took out the big handkerchief from his arms, covered his mouth and nose, and floated up with his qing gong. Since he was caught like a turtle in a jar, he might as well fight to the death. Outside the secret room, Master Lu smiled apologetically and said, "Messenger, I have put that thing in the secret room later." I am the only one who knows about this secret room. I have already dealt with the other people who know about it. That thing will be fine if it is placed here. Emissary Ing said with a smile, actually, it would be easy for someone from my divine sect to get this thing. However, this kind of thing involves a lot of people. My sect finds it troublesome and the evil tiger gang is not in a good situation. That's why we came to Shitsui Mountain. Hehe, Chief Lu, I've said enough. I think you already know what to do. You must have guessed it. I know. Messenger, don't worry. I know very well in my heart. The monk Jiao, who was set up by us, has already been dealt with by my men. Even if the monks of the Shaolin Temple come to the mountain, I will refuse to let them find any trace of the divine sect. However, about my small request? Master Lu, don't worry. Didn't I say that a big shot of my divine sect is coming soon? He is one of the 18 disciples of Lord Garuda of my divine sect. He has a prominent status. Your small request can't be any smaller. If he can come, it naturally shows that what you are doing is very important. Since you can complete it well, I will say a few good words in front of him. Isn't your future clear? Great, Lord Messenger, I have to ask for more. By the way, my secret room is filled with the inventory of Shitsui Mountain. There are still some things that I like. I hope Lord Messenger can accept some of them later. Hehe, no problem. I don't know what can catch my eye in this remote place. I'm looking forward to it. Immediately, Master Lu opened the mechanism, revealing a secret passage leading to the underground. Master Lu looked at Messenger Ing and said with a smile, I will lead the way. After that, he lifted his leg to get on the bed and was about to enter the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, just as he was about to step into the secret passage, a thin and weak figure dashed out from the deep secret passage with a whoosh and crashed into Chieftain Lu. Master Lu was calculating his own plan while taking into account the feelings of the messenger behind him. Moreover, he didn't expect that a figure would rush out from the secret passage, so he didn't have any reaction at all. Even if he was prepared, at such a close distance, Zhang Xiaohua had used all her strength. How could he react? When he came to his senses, a cold feeling came from his throat. In an instant, he felt that all the strength in his body flowed out of his body along with this feeling. Before that beautiful future could warm up in his mind, it was pierced by the sudden assassination and disappeared without a trace. Before he died, the only sentence in Master Lu's mind was, "This world is full of surprises." When Zhang Xiaohua saw Master Lu collapsed on the ground, she pushed Master Lu's body towards Messenger Ing and didn't stay any longer. She exerted strength in her legs and soared into the sky, escaping out of the house. She was betting on this little bit of time. She thought that once she appeared, she would be able to catch them off guard and kill the weaker Master Lu. As for that Messenger Ing, even if he reacted, he might not have the time to block her. Moreover, if she could successfully escape out of the house, that messenger would definitely not chase after her because he still had to look into the secret chamber. Sure enough, when the messenger pushed the corpse away, it was already too late to block Zhang Xiaohua. Messenger Ing looked at Zhang Xiaohua's figure that had just escaped and the dark entrance of the secret passage in front of him. He hit his feet and quickly scurried up the bed. After taking a few steps, he quickly lit up the fire starter. Looking at the empty secret chamber, his heart thumped and he knew that it was not good. He saw the figure that had just escaped clearly. It was a slightly weaker figure, like a youth. There seemed to be a dagger in his hand and then there was nothing on him. The incense burner that he wanted was huge and he wouldn't be able to carry it. The messenger looked around the secret chamber worriedly and didn't see any place to hide the incense burner. He quickly scurried out of the secret chamber and with a stretch of his body, he used his lightness skill to rush out of the house. His figure was actually faster than Zhang Xiaohua. The disappearance of the incense burner must have something to do with the youth who came out of the secret chamber. Even if he didn't take it, he must have some clues. The key was that if he didn't chase the youth back, he couldn't explain it to the cult. When he chased out of the house and looked from a high place, the youth had already run far away. But he didn't go in the direction of the fortress wall. Instead, he went to the back of the mountain. Could it be that he had reinforcements at the back of the mountain? The messenger gritted his teeth and chased closely. Even if there was an ambush, he had to bite the bullet. At this moment, how could he care so much? The back of the mountain of Shichui Mountain was also a lush forest. But the mountain was too steep and there was no mountain road leading down. So the bandits had always ignored it. Zhang Xiaohua ran to the edge of the cliff in a short time. When he looked back, Messenger Ing had already chased out of the house and was coming in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and touched the money bag in his arms. The ancients said, "Birds die for food, people die for wealth." They didn't deceive him. Then, he took out a vitality stone from his arms and held it in his right hand. He lowered his head to look at the mountain. With a chuckle, he flew down and landed on the top of a big pine tree by the mountain. The top of the tree sank down and then bounced up. Zhang Xiaohua's body jumped up and flew to another place. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 253. Since she couldn't escape the fate of being chased, it was better to face it calmly and make the best preparation. Anyway, her second brother and the people of the Li family had gone far away. The people who robbed the Li family in Lu Town and the head of fort were killed by her. Messenger Ing probably didn't have time or thought to find Li Yinfeng again. Zhang Xiaohua had a sense of heroism. In order not to exhaust the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua had already prepared for a protracted battle. While absorbing the primordial qi from the primordial stone to replenish the true qi in her body, she used her lightness skill and Misty School's lightness skill to move freely in the forest. Although Messenger Ying's lightness skill was faster than Zhang Xiaohua's, Zhang Xiaohua was really cunning. In the beginning, her lightness skill was a little obscure and she was almost caught by him several times. But as time went by, her lightness skill became smoother and her speed increased a lot. She was almost on par with Messenger Ing. Messenger Ing was angry. Wasn't he making fun of him? How could he practice lightness skill in front of him? However, he was not worried. Although the young man's lightness skill was good, he was limited after all. Even if he started practicing internal strength when he was in his mother's womb, he might not be as powerful as him. When he ran out of strength, wouldn't it be easy to catch him? The two people, one chasing and one running, gradually went far away from Shichui Mountain. The distance between them was always kept at 10 feet. It couldn't be widened or shortened. When they were in a stalemate, brilliant fireworks were shot from the direction of Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was still far away from the New Year's celebration. Who was crazy to set off fireworks so early? Messenger Ing was overjoyed. He also took out something from his arms and threw it into the air. Immediately, it flew high and then exploded with a bang. It was also a firework, which was very similar to the previous one. Even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much, she knew that the backup of the messenger had come. Sure enough, there was a clear howl from Shichui Mountain. Before the howl had died down, it had already come to Zhang Xiaohua and the others. In an instant, they felt that it was much closer. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. What a speed! It seemed that her life would be in danger today. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and kept the primordial stones in his arms. The true energy in his body began to circulate wildly and his true energy flickered continuously. His body immediately sped up and in an instant, he managed to pull away from Envoy Ying and quickly escaped into the depths of the valley. Upon seeing this, Envoy Ying did not dare to be negligent. He let out a long whistle from his mouth and did not dare to slow down. The true energy in his body flowed freely to his legs. If he did not show off now, when would he? The martial arts of the people from the divine sect were very high. When the whistling stopped, they were already halfway through the chase. When Zhang Xiaohua took the time to look back, under the moonlight, a faint black dot had already appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He turned his body and fled to another place where the trees were denser. In fact, she still underestimated the martial arts of that person. As early as she appeared in that person's vision, she had already been locked on by that person's internal strength. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was much higher than that person's, it was almost impossible to escape that person's tracking. Whether it was a dense forest or a plain, it was the same. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua changed direction, she came to a dense forest. The person behind her had already passed envoying and directly caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the crown of a big tree. She wanted to look around to see if there was any place to hide or escape. Suddenly, she felt that her vision turned black and she immediately lost consciousness. Wasn't it midnight now? When Zhang Xiaohua landed on the tree, the person from the divine sect had already caught up to her within 100 feet. When he was about to use his internal strength to chase after her again, he saw Zhang Xiaohua fall straight from the crown of the tree. This change came so suddenly that the person didn't dare to move forward for a while. He waited for a long time before he and envoying separated into two directions to watch. Under the fallen leaves and accumulated grass under the big tree, Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping soundly. The person frowned and watched for a while. Then he waved his hand to envoying. Envoying hurried forward and stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's arm. He lifted her up and easily carried Zhang Xiaohua in his hand. Envoying couldn't help but exclaim. The person asked curiously, "Ying Fei, what's wrong?" "Lord Qin, this boy is very light." "Oh? Is he too thin?" "Yes, he's thin, but he's too light." "Yes." Lord Qin didn't comment. Then, the two people used their qing gong and returned to Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. In front of her was a road that was rapidly retreating. She suddenly realized her situation. She immediately closed her eyes again and released her divine sense. It was a bright and sunny morning. The two people from the divine sect were riding their horses and galloping in the same direction. Zhang Xiaohua was facing down in front of Ying's horse. Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were closed, his eyeballs kept rolling around. His mind was spinning as he tried to think of a way to deal with this situation. Not long after, the two horses galloped to a fork in the road. Lord Qin's horse wanted to turn left, but Ying Fei fell behind. Just as Ying Fei turned his horse around to follow Lord Qin, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the horse and flew to the right. Ying Fei was caught unprepared. Both of his hands were holding the reins. Before he could let go, he shook the reins and wanted to use the reins to tie Zhang Xiaohua's legs. Although Zhang Xiaohua was in the air with her back to him, she didn't withdraw her divine sense for a moment. How could she not know his intention? She immediately curled up and let go of the reins. Then, she landed on the ground. Without looking at the direction, she tiptoed and ran to the wilderness by the roadside. Before she ran a few steps, she heard a laugh behind her. "Ha, I knew you were awake, but I didn't know you had such ability to escape from Ying Fei." Zhang Xiaohua didn't look back, but her divine sense swept behind her. A young man with a square face and a very kind appearance was chasing her casually. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Was this the person who chased her last night? In a few breaths, the young man had caught up with her. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly changed her direction and turned to the other side. The young man didn't panic and also turned to catch up with her. Zhang Xiaohua then changed her direction several times and suddenly accelerated. She used all the tricks she could think of, but she didn't pull away from the young man at all. So, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. She stopped very contrary to common sense. She turned around and said, "Big brother." But the young man with gray hair in front of her was rushing towards her. For a moment, she didn't know whether to call him big brother or uncle. The man with gray hair was chasing closely from behind. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to suddenly stop. And she stopped so suddenly, as if she didn't run at all. He couldn't stop in time and was running towards Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him hit her? She didn't care whether he was big brother or uncle. She first moved to the side. The man with gray hair's qing gong was even better. He also took a breath and his body floated up. He just swept past the place where Zhang Xiaohua was standing and then stopped. Looking at the man with gray hair turning around, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why are you chasing me?" The man with gray hair didn't speak. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time and asked, "Do you want to know? Then tell me first, why are you going to Xichui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said righteously, "I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The bandits of Xichui Mountain are running amok, killing people and setting fires. They are full of evil. As a disciple of the Dalan Temple, of course I have to be merciful and send them to Buddha's paradise." "You? A disciple of the Dalan Temple?" The man with gray hair's serious face suddenly became very funny, as if he saw the funniest thing in the world. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You actually said in front of me that you are a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly said in her heart, "This is bad. Li Gui has met Li Kui. This time I'm exposed. Could it be that this guy is the real disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her hands and said, "Could it be that this big brother is also a disciple of the Dalan Temple? Hey! A group of baldies from the Dalan Temple, are they worthy of being my master?" The man with gray hair had a face of disdain. "Then, big brother is? Tell me who your master is first." "Master? Hee, didn't I tell big brother already? I am from the Dalan Temple." "Who is your big brother?" "Call me Lord. Also, you are definitely not from the Dalan Temple. It is useless to say this in front of me. Big brother, oh, Lord, this one does not have a master. This one is self-taught." "Self-taught? Hee, your movement technique has the shadow of the ethereal steps, but it is not exactly the same. Could it be that you are related to the Misty School?" The man with gray hair was somewhat suspicious. "Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guessed right. I am the direct disciple of the Misty School's leader O Peng. If you don't want to offend the Misty School, quickly let me go." Ha ha ha. The man seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed and said, "Your movement technique is only 30% similar to the ethereal steps. You actually dare to boast that you are a disciple of the Misty School. Not to mention that you are definitely not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if you were a disciple of the Misty School, if I took you, they would not dare to say a word. Oh no, where did this big brother come from? Right, divine sect, what kind of sect is this divine sect?" Poor Zhang Xiaohua only knew about the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and the Evil Tiger Gang. The other sects were a blur to her eyes. Naturally, she did not know what this divine sect was. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, the man asked again, "I don't care which sect you are from. I just want to know why you went to Xichui Mountain. You killed their chief and 6 small fries. What is the reason?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, "Big brother, you misunderstood. I only killed the chief. The others were not killed by me." Chapter 254. Forget it. The gray-haired man's personality seemed to be very kind as he retorted, "Although my subordinates did not see you kill those 6 bandits, but from the wounds on their throats, I could easily see that you killed them with the small sword in your bosom." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but touch his bosom. Luckily, the small sword and money pouch were still there. The 4 small primeval stones were also still there. Zhang Xiaohua's face was embarrassed from being exposed and said, "So you all know, hee. Quickly tell me, what are you here for? These are 7 lives. A little youth like you is actually so cruel and merciless. Could it be that they have a grudge against you for killing your father?" "Grudge against my father?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned again and said in a sad voice, "Sir, you are absolutely right. I have a grudge against a few bandits for killing my father. Today I am here to take revenge." Immediately after, he sorrowfully made up an awkward story. But, his story had just started when the gray-haired man waved his hand and said, "Don't speak nonsense, I am not willing to listen to your nonsense. How can you have a grudge against the bandits with your skills? I do not care about the lives of those bandits. I only want to ask you one thing, where is the cauldron in the secret room?" "Cauldron?" Zhang Xiaohua was confused and said in a puzzled voice, "Sir, please understand, I did not see any cauldron at all. Moreover, to be honest, I did not know that there was a secret room in that place. I originally wanted to assassinate the chief, but he was always with your people and I did not have a chance. So I thought of hiding in a place in the back hall and making my move. When I saw the secret room, the secret passage was already open. I was also curious, so I went down. In the end, it was empty, there was nothing. Oh, right, there were only some strange weapons." The gray-haired man stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if trying to distinguish whether he was telling the truth or not. After he finished speaking, he asked, "Which sect are you from? Or which organization are you from? If I'm familiar with it, I'll let you go after I verify it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I really am a disciple of the Misty School." The white-haired man also smiled and said, "Then do you know the Dragon God sect?" "Dragon God sect?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "I heard from my master, Wenhai, that it's an unremarkable sect." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The gray-haired man laughed as if he had heard a joke. He looked up to the sky and laughed until tears almost came out of his eyes. Then he said, "You are really cunning. I don't know where you heard Wenhai's name, but you actually shamelessly clung to his thigh. Do you still want me to be magnanimous to you on account of the fact that you are O Peng's disciple's disciple? However, since you haven't even heard of the Dragon God sect, how could you possibly be a disciple of the Misty School? Dragon God sect? Is he famous? Should I know?" Zhang Xiaohua had a series of question marks. She secretly muttered in her heart, "Isn't second brother just a disciple of the Misty School? I've never heard him mention the name of the Dragon God sect." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly spread out her hands and said, "Since sir doesn't believe me, then I'll just take it that I'm self-taught." "Self-taught?" The gray-haired man snorted coldly and said, "You are ruthless. You slit their throats with a sword. This is not something an ordinary person can do. If you hadn't undergone strict training, how could I believe it?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also at a loss. Yes, 7 lives were harvested by her just like that. When she heard that the bandit's brother Su wanted to rob the Guizhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of the tragedy in the neighboring village and how the 3 wolves of Shizue Mountain treated her so viciously. She remembered that when she stabbed her first sword into that person's throat, she was still hesitant. After that, she saw a little bit of blood in his throat. At that time, her whole body was cold and she even trembled a little. However, she didn't have the slightest fear or regret. Suddenly, a chill rose from Zhang Xiaohua's heart and instantly spread throughout her body. Yes, when she faced 7 bandits, her powerful force made her feel like she was looking at a few weak ants. She could easily kill them without a burial ground. This was the first time she took the initiative to kill someone, but she wasn't afraid at all. Was this still her? Was it because she killed them so gently that she didn't feel guilty because she didn't see a drop of blood? Did their dead bodies make her think that they were really sleeping because they seemed to be asleep? There was a kind of fear in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This kind of fear was because she didn't understand her past behavior and her nature. The gray-haired man sensitively felt the change in Zhang Xiaohua and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, almost at the same time, an indifferent and unknown flow flowed out of her mind. First, it flowed to her heart, and then it flowed throughout her body. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and a thought came into her mind, if they hurt my family, no matter how far they are, I will kill them. If they are my family, no matter how dangerous it is, I will do it. Once this thought appeared, it gradually became stronger and stronger. In the end, it became tyrannical and filled her entire mind. A sentence also appeared in her heart, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes instantly became firm and her state of mind also grew as if she was reborn. The tempering of the state of mind was very mysterious. The gray-haired man didn't know that his provocation actually made Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation advance to another level. When the gray-haired man saw Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared and he secretly said, "What a pity." He originally wanted to use a psychological attack and use words to test Zhang Xiaohua's psychological bottom line to make her obediently tell him what he wanted to know. Now that he failed, he couldn't help but lose his patience. The gray-haired man said coldly, "You really don't want to tell me where you came from?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Sir, my words are all true. You just don't believe me." The gray-haired man was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, good." Then, with a flash, he pointed at the acupoint under Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Zhang Xiaohua, who was close by, didn't even have room to dodge. When the acupoint was hit, an unbearable numbness came from her limbs. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but collapse to the ground and almost moan. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's mouth could open, the numbness disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua stood up softly and asked, "What are you doing?" When the gray-haired man saw this, he was also surprised. If an ordinary person was hit like this, they would have already cried out and lay on the ground. This youth actually only felt a little pain. At this time, the gray-haired man no longer had the warmth from before. He sneered and said, "Since you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for being vicious. Divine Sex 81 Methods, let me let you have a taste of the soul-searching hand." After saying that, he pointed again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing the finger coming, she quickly dodged and wanted to use ethereal steps to dodge. But no matter how she dodged, the finger followed her like a shadow, getting closer and closer. It was impossible to dodge. Was this the difference between a martial arts master and himself? Zhang Xiaohua asked herself. This gentle finger seemed to be gentler than the previous one. Unfortunately, this finger contained 40% of the gray-haired man's inner strength. Even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the immortal path cultivation method, under such a huge difference, it was still difficult for her to escape. Her body that had been tested by the two little monks in the Dalan temple, seemed to have been struck by lightning. An indescribable pain came from her four limbs. Her whole body's strength was instantly sucked out. That pain passed through her whole body and drilled straight into her brain. Like a spiritual awl, it fiercely pierced into Zhang Xiaohua's brain. Zhang Xiaohua lay weakly on the ground, her whole body twitching. Large beads of sweat dripped from her head. She couldn't help but moan softly. It was indeed the soul-searching hand. The pain only passed after half an incense's time. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the ground as if she had collapsed. She was too lazy to even move a finger. That pain was very strange. It was so painful that she almost fainted. But even if she wanted to faint, she couldn't. Her heart was abnormally clear. The gray-haired man was still as warm as before. He smiled and asked, "This little hero, now can you tell me where the cauldron is?" Zhang Xiaohua said softly and weakly, "This. Sir, this one has indeed never seen the cauldron. How do you want me to tell you?" The gray-haired man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his leg and was about to attack again. But he tilted his head and looked at the time. He smiled and said, "Hee, trying to be brave? It's okay. There's plenty of time to let you know. The divine sect has many techniques. I'll let you taste them one by one. I'd like to see how long you can last." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's acupuncture point. His strength penetrated through her bones. Zhang Xiaohua's body immediately stiffened. She couldn't move at all. She was caught in his hand. At the same time, the gray-haired man was also surprised. Was this young man really a disciple of the Dalan temple? Did he grow up eating vegetables? On the side of the road, Ying Fei was obediently pulling 2 horses. When he saw Sir Qin return, he smiled and said, Sir Qin is still the best. No matter how cunning this guy is, he's still not your opponent. Sir Qin frowned and said, Ying Fei, are you praising me or scolding me? Ying Fei quickly explained respectfully, how would I dare? Sir is an elite of the divine sect. I can only admire and respect you. How would I dare to have any other thoughts? But the information about the cauldron. Sir Qin looked at the dispirited Zhang Xiaohua in his hand and said, I don't know which sect this guy is from. Oh, right, I haven't even asked for his name. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth. How could she say anything? Sir Qin's internal energy was very strong. This time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even speak. Sir Qin didn't seem to want to ask for his name. He continued, this guy's mouth is very tight. I can't see where his martial arts come from. If it was something else, it would be fine. If I can't find it, I can just kill him. But this cauldron is something that the sect leader wants. You have to give the sect leader an explanation. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 255. I understand. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. Ying Fei said with a smile. Yes. Since we have already caught him, we might as well take him with us. If we beat the small one, how can the big one not come out? There are many powerful techniques in our sect. If we use one every day, I don't believe that we can't make him talk. Lord Qin said fiercely. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not move his body, he could still hear. He had already released his spiritual sense. He could not help but complain in his heart. He was alone, where did the big one come from? It seemed that he could not escape from the daily torture. Ying Fei hesitated and said, Lord Qin, but we have to keep this a secret. If we take this burden with us, we can't guarantee that the secrets of our sect will not be revealed. Lord Qin said unhappily, do I need you to teach me how to do things? If we don't force this guy's backer to hand over the tripod furnace, you will bear the responsibility alone. I don't dare, I don't dare. Moreover, when this is over, as he spoke, Mr. Qin's voice became softer and he made a chopping motion. Ying Fei immediately said respectfully, Mr. Qin is brilliant. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already detected all of this, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This Lord Qin's martial arts were clearly superior, and he couldn't compare to him. If he were to fall into his hands like this, he would lose his life sooner or later. Only by making preparations to escape would he have a glimmer of hope, but how could he escape? Zhang Xiaohua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. The two people of the divine sect naturally did not know that their plan had been known by Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, even if they knew, they would not care. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was just like a bandit in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Maybe he was even worse. They could end Zhang Xiaohua's life at any time. Why would they care if their plan was known by him? The two of them got on their horses and continued their journey. Zhang Xiaohua was still placed on Ying Fei's horse. His meridians were sealed by Lord Qin, so he didn't have any strength left. He could only lie weakly on the horse's back, lowering his head to study the mysteries of the horse's hooves. He was also secretly looking for a way to escape before he could release his spiritual consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua could not help thinking. The two people from the divine sect asked about the 7 people she had killed, but they did not ask about Li Yinfeng. Presumably, Ying Fei had already forgotten about Li Yinfeng after Master Qin's sudden appearance. The bandits in Shitsui Mountain must be in a mess now. Who would think of the 3 members of the Li family? The 6 bandits had already been killed by him. Ying Fei and Lord Qin definitely didn't know that he was here to save people. As long as he didn't say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't know where he came from. He had already told them the truth, but they just didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. It seemed like he had to give himself an identity. If it were not for the fact that the muscles on his face could not move, a sinister smile would have already appeared. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of effort to find a cheap backer for herself. The two people from the divine sect traveled for half a day and came to a barren place. Ying Fei said, "Lord Qin, it seems that we are a little late. Is that kid from the evil tiger gang still waiting there?" Lord Qin said, "Isn't it because of that guy on your horse?" However, although that kid Situ of the evil tiger gang is a cautious person, if it was a normal person, he would have left long ago. Fortunately, this place is far from the evil tiger gang. Maybe he is still waiting. Ying Fei said with a smile, "Isn't it because of Wan Jianfeng? They are guarding their own base and not managing it well. Why did they interfere with the evil tiger gang? What value does this kind of small gang have?" Lord Qin said, "They don't wake up early if there are no benefits." According to Situ Liang's information, Wan Jianfeng does not seem to be interested in the evil tiger gang. He is only using the evil tiger gang as a cover. As for what they are doing, even Situ Liang did not find out anything. However, it should be within the evil tiger gang's sphere of influence. Situ Liang's cousin being put under house arrest by Wan Jianfeng must be related to this secret. Then, what kind of secret is it? What kind of sect is Wan Jianfeng? With that weak foundation, how could the divine sect be interested in what he wants? Just let him play. Sooner or later, Situ Liang will spread the news to the divine sect. Lord is wise. If it wasn't for Wan Jianfeng, the meeting with Situ Liang would not have been arranged so far away. That might not be the case. There is nothing to fear from Wan Jianfeng, but according to our information, Wan Jianfeng, Yanming Villa, Tan family and the Misty School have been doing a lot of shady business in the past few years. Moreover, their four sects have been developing very quickly, and their strength has increased by quite a bit. Especially the Misty School, they have actually swallowed the Luo Shui gang. They are like a tiger that has grown wings. Moreover, the number and quality of their elite disciples have increased by several times. The Misty School is a large sect, so if they are given a chance, they will inevitably become an obstacle to the divine sect. So, we cannot be careless about anything related to the Misty School. This little one understands. However, these four sects don't seem to be very harmonious. Moreover, even if our divine sect doesn't care, the Dalan Temple, Fragrance Cult and the Righteous Alliance might not be at ease with the threat of the Misty School. You're right. The people of the Righteous Alliance are always scheming against each other. They are all hypocritical and cannot form a united force. Otherwise, where would our divine sect find a place to stand in this world? Lord is wise. It is because our divine sect's 8 division heavenly dragons support each other and are as close as brothers that the divine sect is able to prosper. That's right. This is all thanks to sect leaders' wise leadership. Long live the divine sect, unify the Jianghu. The two of them did not hide their conversation from Zhang Xiaohua. They must have already decided Zhang Xiaohua's fate. Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating profusely. The more secrets she knew, the harder it would be to keep her life. But where was the escape route? Ying Fei led Lord Qin to a dilapidated temple. Using his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw a young man who wasn't even 30 years old. He was sitting there cross-legged with a bag in his hand and a sword on the ground beside him. Lord Qin was far away from the dilapidated temple and he smiled. The person in the broken temple heard the sound of horse hooves outside. He stood up alertly and rushed out of the temple. He stuck out half of his head to take a look, then quickly came out to greet them. Lord Qin and Ying Fei jumped off their horses at the entrance. The young man took over Lord Qin's reins and led the horses into the broken temple. After that, the young man looked around and carefully closed the door. The two horses were tied to a withered tree in the temple. Zhang Xiaohua was still lying on the horse. No one paid any attention to her. The young man entered the temple and bowed to Lord Qin and Ying Fei. This little one is Situ Liang. Greetings to Lord Qin and Envoy Ying. Lord Qin smiled, Get up Situ Liang. This lord had some small matters and was delayed. Sorry to have made you wait. Situ Liang replied, It's fine, it's fine. This little one also just arrived. Envoying said, Situ Liang, Lord Qin already praised you on the way here. You did a good job. You are a promising talent. When you present the things you brought to the cult master, no matter if the cult master is willing or not, Lord Qin will put in a good word for you. If there is a chance, he will bestow our sect's divine technique for you to cultivate. Situ Liang was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Qin, thank you, Envoying. Lord Qin said kindly, you are the one who worked hard. We are just the middleman. Situ Liang immediately said, I don't dare. This is all thanks to Lord Qin and Envoying. Situ Liang then talked about some matters in the gang and Wan Jianfeng. Only then did he hand over the bag in his hand. He smiled, Lord Qin, after receiving the message from the cult, this little one sent people to search everywhere. This is what I found recently. I don't know if it is to the cult master's liking. Lord Qin carefully opened the bag. A few small antique items were revealed. Jade pendants, jade hairpins, jade bracelets, and so on. Under Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense, many of the items were giving off energy waves. Lord Qin looked at them and carefully examined each and every one of them. Situ Liang watched from the side with a nervous heart. When he finished looking at the last item, he closed the bag. Lord Qin said, not bad, they are all very good. Only then did Situ Liang relax. He smiled, as long as it is to your liking, as long as it is to your liking. Lord Qin smiled, whether it is to your liking or not, it is not up to me to decide. We will only know which one of these items is to the cult master's liking after we take the item back. However, with the Evil Tiger Gang's ability, it is already rare for you to be able to take out these items. When we return, there will definitely be a great reward. Situ Liang was overjoyed and said, if that's the case, then thank you, sir and envoy. Lord Qin waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. He threw the bag to Envoying, and with a flash, he jumped out of the ruined temple like lightning. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying on the horse's back, suddenly flipped over and jumped into the air. She jumped onto the wall and was about to escape. Seeing that, Lord Qin also jumped onto the wall like an arrow. It was as if the wall was right in front of him. He caught up to Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to use her qinggong, and lightly smiled, Brat, you sure are arrogant. There are not many people in the Jianghu that can escape from my hands. After that, with another point, Zhang Xiaohua fell down. She fell straight down from the wall. Her entire body curled up into a ball. She gritted her teeth as if she was enduring the pain. Actually, when Envoying tied up the horse, Situ Liang had already seen Zhang Xiaohua on the horse. However, how could he dare to ask about something like that? Now that he saw the abnormality, he carefully asked, Sir, this young man. Lord Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was in extreme pain on the ground, and said, It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Seeing that Lord Qin did not want to say anything more, Situ Liang quickly said, Lord Qin, please give the item to the cult master. Also, please put in a good word for me. My Evil Tiger Gang is very far from here, so I need to hurry back. Otherwise, Wan Jianfeng's people will become suspicious. Lord Qin said, You haven't found out why Wan Jianfeng is here, right? Situ Liang shook his head, No, they are very mysterious. Their martial arts are also stronger than mine, so it's not easy to find out. Chapter 256. Lord Qin comforted him, With your martial arts, you have already done very well. Of course I know that. However, since Wan Jianfeng's goal is so mysterious, he must have a big background. You still have to be careful. If there are any movements, report to me as soon as possible. Situ Liang nodded, then said goodbye. After Situ Liang left, Lord Qin fiddled with those things a few times, then casually threw them to Ing Fei. Ing Fei caught them without a care and said with a smile, This Evil Tiger Gang is just a small sect the size of a thumb. I wonder why the sect values them so much. What kind of good things could Situ Liang get? for Lord Qin to come all the way here. Lord Qin frowned. The sect leader naturally has his reasons for making us value the evil tiger gang. The reason is not something we can guess. Just do your job properly. However, if it wasn't for that cauldron, I wouldn't have to work so hard. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who had calmed down a bit, and said, "The secret room in Xichui Mountain has been cleaned out. If there weren't a dozen people, who would believe it? However, we only caught a young man and we still don't know if he is really related to the cauldron." What a headache. Lord Qin is wise. Just as Lord Qin said, even if this guy didn't take the cauldron, he is still related to the cauldron. It's better to cast a long line to catch a big fish. However, this guy is cunning. If we don't succeed, he will run away. Why don't I cripple his martial arts and make him follow us obediently? Hearing that, Lord Qin frowned even more. He said unhappily, Ying Fei, what do you want me to say about you? Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. You have been my subordinate for a long time. Why haven't you improved at all? You should look at things from a leader's point of view. Only then can you develop the qualities of a leader. Why don't you think about it? If I could cripple his martial arts, would I still be waiting for you to speak? Ying Fei saw that his words were wrong and said in a panic, Lord Qin, please enlighten me. I really don't understand. Lord Qin said, think about it simply. This young man is not even my opponent. I crippled his martial arts just because I was afraid he would run away. If this spread to Jianghu, what face would I have left? As a superior, one must be able to toy with people in the palm of one's hand. No matter how they twist and turn, they will not be able to escape. This is the best way to show off one's methods. With your petty thoughts, Sai, you won't be able to achieve anything great. This humble one doesn't dare. It is the honor of this humble one to work under Sir. How could I have any extravagant hopes? Master Qin waved his hand and said, forget it. You'll learn about this slowly. Let this young man escape a few more times and let him suffer a little. Then he'll understand his situation and obediently wait for others to save him. Understood, my lord. Shall we go to the Ma family in Xinji town now? That's right, let's go to the Ma clan. In recent years, the Ma clan has been getting closer to the righteous Tao alliance. It seems that they have some children by marriage. However, the sect leader has instructed us to let nature take its course if it's true love. Otherwise, we don't have to be polite. Hierarch is wise. However, sir, it seems that the hierarch is too merciful. Well, the sect leader. The sect leader's words are worth 10,000 words. Don't say too much. Master Qin seemed to be a little hesitant. Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua on the ground and said, by the way, find a horse for him. It's easy to see him on a horse. Moreover, the Ma clan in Xinji town is also a big local family. We have to go there respectfully, right? By the way, I haven't asked for this fellow's name. 2 days later, on the official road leading to Xinji town, 3 horses were moving slowly. The one in front was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was kind and amiable, but his gray hair was eye-catching. Behind him was an ordinary man in luxurious clothes. He was talking to the man with gray hair with a charming smile on his face. The man with gray hair listened quietly and occasionally replied with a few words. Finally, there was an ordinary young man with a dispirited and pale face. He was silently riding the white horse under him, looking around with his eyes darting around. It was Master Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua. Ying Fei smiled and said, Sir, we'll reach Xinji town in 30 minutes. It's still early now. Why don't we get off the horse and rest for a while? Master Qin said, You're tired after walking for half a day? Where's your kung fu? You're not even as good as Ren Xiaoyao. Didn't you see that he was still very energetic after being dislocated this morning? Ying Fei glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, That's right. I only know how to do things for you. How can I know that this fellow is only thinking about escaping? Of course, I'm very energetic. After coming out of the ruined temple that day, under Ing Fei's interrogation, Zhang Xiaohua casually found a name for himself. He called himself Ren Xiaoyao. And in these 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of effort looking for opportunities to escape, but they were all seen through by Master Qin. Even when Zhang Xiaohua ran away last night, Master Qin didn't bother to chase after him. When he woke up in the morning, he was dragged back by Ing Fei. Even Master Qin and Ing Fei knew that this young man had a big problem. He had the habit of sleeping. As long as it was midnight, he would fall asleep. After being tortured in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua basically gave up the idea of escaping. She slowly thought of other ways. Her Qinggong was not as good as Master Qin's, and her experience in Jianghu was even worse. If she didn't have a unique way of escaping, she shouldn't show it to others. Otherwise, she would be tortured for nothing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out a primordial stone and silently absorbed it to strengthen her internal strength. The two people from the divine sect were fierce. Every day, they would hit Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and torture her to find out the whereabouts of the cauldron. But they didn't care about other things. At least, after Master Qin and Ing Fei looked through the money bag in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they didn't look at it again. Although they were a little surprised by the 4 small stones in Zhang Xiaohua's arms, they thought about Zhang Xiaohua's age and returned it to him. As for the common things like the golden hairpin, they didn't even look at it. Seeing a big tea shed on the side of the road, many people came in and out to drink tea. Master Qin thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the tea shed in front and drink some tea. We can also listen to the interesting things in Xinji town." This place was very close to the town. Many people were willing to rest for a while to refresh themselves before entering the town. Therefore, the shed was not small and there were many people. The 3 of them got off the horses. No one came to greet them. Master Qin threw the reins to Ing Fei. Ing Fei looked at Zhang Xiaohua and casually threw the 2 horses to him. He said, "Tie the horses up and keep watch outside. Don't think about running away. You can't run away in front of Master Qin. If you run away this time, I'll ask Master Qin to break your legs." Zhang Xiaohua took the reins. He didn't need to release his spiritual consciousness to feel Master Qin's attention on him. He smiled bitterly. Not only was he going to be a prisoner, but he also had to be a servant. He led the 3 horses to the side and tied them up, allowing them to graze freely. He took out a primeval stone from his bosom and held one in each hand, using his heart technique to absorb it. Zhang Xiaohua had even decided that from tonight onwards, he would not run away. He would absorb the primeval qi from the primeval stones. Anyway, when he was asleep, he seemed to be able to use his heart technique. Master Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing him standing there obediently without any abnormalities, Master Qin knew that he had suffered a lot and didn't try to run away again. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to him. When they entered the tea shed, there were no empty tables. Ing Fei looked around and quickly walked to a table in the corner. He gave each person some money and asked them to leave. Master Qin sat down. Ing Fei took out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the teacups and teapot. Then, he took out a paper bag and poured out some tea leaves. He asked someone to pour some water to brew it. Originally, the tea house was bustling with activity, but Lord Qin's actions immediately silenced everyone, and even their voices quieted down. Master Qin came to the tea shed to gather information. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but glare at Ing Fei. Then, he picked up the teacup and looked carefully. Only then did he relax and take a sip. Ing Fei couldn't help but feel wronged. "Master, I didn't do this on purpose. If it was tea from the tea shed, would you drink it? Even if I didn't use my own tea set, you still wouldn't like it." The people in the tea shed began to whisper. However, Master Qin's internal energy was very strong. How could he not hear these words? Many people were talking about them. It seemed like they were saying, "Look at these 2 people. They are obviously rich people. How did they come to our Xinji town? Of course, they are here to attend Old Man Ma's 68th birthday. Yes, that's right. Ever since Old Man Ma's eldest granddaughter married Cho Shidao of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Ma family's status has become more and more prominent. Even the government has to be polite to them. Yes, I think this person in front of us is the young master of that family. Oh, looking at his age, maybe he is the old master. He encountered some Jianghu situation and came to Old Man Ma to seek justice. Bah, you're right. I think he is Old Man Ma's nephew. He is here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. Nowadays, the world is full of singing and dancing. How can there be any injustice? All kinds of words were incessant. Master Qin frowned. What were they talking about? He was one generation lower than them. These Jianghu rumors were really true. Ying Fei saw Master Qin frown and wanted to stand up. Master Qin quickly waved his hand to stop him. They were already sitting here. If he didn't let them speak, how could they ask for information? At this time, at the table next to them, 3 people looked at each other. One of them stood up and walked over. He bowed and said, I am Kong Rang of Chimei Mountain. May I ask if you are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday? Ying Fei was about to speak when Master Qin said, Yes, I am. May I ask what you are here for? Kong Rang turned around and looked at the other 3 people. He said awkwardly, the 3 of us are also here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. However, when we arrived here, we encountered a big problem. I wonder if you can help us. Chapter 257. Zhang Xiaohua was guarding the horses by himself, but he released his spiritual sense to observe the movements in the tea shed. He was now proficient in using his spiritual sense, so he was able to multitask. His eyes were watching, his spiritual sense was scanning, and his hands were constantly absorbing yuan qi without any delay. Suddenly, the horses that were eating grass neighed loudly, and all of them moved back a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly went forward, grabbed the reins, and comforted the frightened horses. Then he looked carefully. The place where the horses were eating grass was next to the field, and a mouse suddenly came out from the mouse hole in the field, scaring the horses. Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed. He seemed to have thought of something. At this time, Ying Fei ran out of the tea shed, and asked what happened. Zhang Xiaohua said expressionlessly. Ying Fei smiled and said, Very good, Ren Xiaoyao, take good care of the horses, I will let you suffer less tonight. Then he turned around and went back into the tea shed. Zhang Xiaohua spat at Ying Fei's back, and stood there quietly. He withdrew his spiritual sense, and no longer absorbed yuan qi, he only focused on the thought that just flashed through his mind. Field, mouse, mouse hole, what did this make him think of? Looking at the small mouse hole, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood, isn't this the Earth Escape? This is the Earth Escape. Although he didn't know what the Earth Escape was, but from the name, it seemed to be digging a hole in the ground to escape. If he could really dig a hole in the ground and escape from there, even with Lord Qin's martial arts, he might not be able to find him. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but want to laugh, but his laughter stopped abruptly, because he thought that the hole was so easy to dig. If he had a hoe, he could do it, but how could he dig a hole in front of Lord Qin? And this mysterious jade stone recorded the Earth Escape technique. Was it to teach him how to dig a hole better with a hoe? So, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to recall the incantation of the Earth Escape technique and carefully studied it. In the tea shed, Ying Fei whispered to Lord Qin about the matter. Lord Qin nodded and said to Kong Rang, What problem do you have that you need help with? Kong Rang cupped his hands and said, Your Excellency, may I sit down and talk? Lord Qin frowned slightly and nodded. Kong Rang sat down awkwardly and said, It's embarrassing to talk about this. Long story short, the 3 of us have a small grudge with the 5 heroes of the Shao clan of Nanmu Mountain. That's why we came to find Old Man Ma to mediate. However, we didn't expect that it would be his birthday. The gifts we prepared would naturally be sufficient on normal days, but as a congratulatory gift, it wouldn't be enough. Moreover, we also asked around and found out that ever since Old Man Ma became in-laws with the Alliance of Righteous Tao, the price of asking Old Man Ma to help out also increased again and again, so. Lord Qin smiled and said, "So you want to borrow some money from me?" Hearing this, Kong Rang was overjoyed and said, "It's not what you think. I brought enough banknotes, but I couldn't find a suitable congratulatory gift in a short time. We can't just give you banknotes directly. We don't care about our face, but Old Man Ma does. So, if you have extra gifts, can you give some to me? Of course, I'll give you enough banknotes, and I won't let you suffer a loss." Hearing this, Lord Qin was stunned at first, then he laughed loudly. Seeing Lord Qin laughing, Kong Rang's face was very embarrassed. His face turned red and he said angrily, "Brother, if you don't have extra gifts or don't want to help, you can just say it. Why do you have to laugh at me like this?" After laughing, Lord Qin said kindly, "Brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really didn't prepare any gifts, so we can't say that we'll give you everything. Aren't you going to the Ma Mansion?" Kong Rang was very surprised and felt that he had misjudged. Lord Qin said with interest, "Yes, we're going to the Ma Mansion, but we're not going to give birthday greetings." Seeing this, Kong Rang kindly advised, "Brother, I see that you're also a martial artist. The Ma family is a martial arts family in Xinji town. If you want to visit at this time, you'd better prepare a suitable gift first. Otherwise, it'll be inappropriate if you're rejected at the door." Lord Qin cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder. We'll go to the town later. Maybe we can find something good." Seeing that Lord Qin obviously didn't listen to his words, Kong Rang sighed and turned back to his table. Then he paid the bill and hurried out. He must have gone to look for something again. Anyway, they were not short of money, so they might have something to their liking. Lord Qin and Ning Fei sat for a while, then got up and left the tea shed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua staring at the field in a daze, Lord Qin scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao, are you thinking of love? Hurry up and bring the horse to Lord Qin." Zhang Xiaohua, who was studying the earth escape technique, was immediately awakened. She was not angry, but untied the reins and led the horse to Lord Qin. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua obedient, Lord Qin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and didn't seem to recognize her. Why was she so different from the person who wanted to run away 2 days ago? After getting on the horse, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little dazed. She followed behind them with empty eyes. Lord Qin couldn't help but wonder, did she become mentally retarded after being searched by the soul-searching hand? There was no such note in the ancient books of the sect. Not to mention Lord Qin's confusion, Ning Fei led the way. The three of them walked slowly along the pipeline into Xinji town. Ning Fei seemed to know the location of the Ma Mansion. He didn't ask anyone and just urged the horse forward. After passing a few streets, they heard the sound of gongs and drums in the distance. There was also the sound of opera singing. It should be the liveliness of the Ma Mansion. While they were walking, they heard a few shouts behind them, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The road Zhang Xiaohua and the other two were walking on was the main road to the Ma Mansion. The Ma Mansion had already made it very spacious. It was more than enough for 4 horses to walk side by side. Moreover, the 3 of them were not walking in the center, so there was no need for them to get out of the way. However, from afar, 8 tall red horses galloped from behind. They shouted as they galloped. Even the horsewhips in their hands were mercilessly hitting the people who were a little late to get out of the way. Zhang Xiaohua was daydreaming and thinking about the ancient words. She didn't hear the shouts behind her. Lord Qin and Ning Fei were originally arrogant people. How could they pay attention to them at this moment? Therefore, all the people and horses on the street were sensible enough to hide on both sides of the street. This made the 3 people and 3 horses who were not blocking the road suddenly appear. The one sitting on the red horse was a handsome young man in his 20s with red lips and white teeth. He looked very arrogant. He used the horsewhip smoothly and hit people from time to time. At this moment, he saw that the 3 horses in front of him didn't give way to him. Although they didn't block the road, he was still angry. When he caught up to Zhang Xiaohua's side, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes. She was wearing very ordinary clothes and looked very haggard. Moreover, she looked dull. He thought that she must be a lowly servant. How could such a person not give way to him? The handsome young man was furious. He raised the horsewhip in his hand high and slapped it towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. If it was a normal time, Zhang Xiaohua would naturally be able to dodge it. However, she was in the middle of comprehending something and didn't pay attention to what was happening around her. Just as the horsewhip was about to hit her face, a shadow appeared from the side. With a paw sound, the horsewhip that was lashing towards Zhang Xiaohua was entangled by another horsewhip. When the handsome young man looked over, he saw that it was the gray-haired Lord Qin in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. In Lord Qin's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was his prisoner. It was natural for him to torture her and punish her however he wanted. However, this handsome young man actually raised his horsewhip without saying anything. Naturally, he didn't put Lord Qin in his eyes. Even if you want to beat a dog, you still have to look at its master, let alone a person. Lord Qin got angry just thinking about it. He casually wrapped the horsewhip around the handsome young man's horsewhip. Then, with a little force, the handsome young man felt a huge force pass through his arm. His hand went numb and the horsewhip in his hand was taken away. Lord Qin then shook his wrist and the horsewhip was thrown far away into a smelly ditch by the side of the road. Seeing this, the handsome young man was furious. He pulled out a sword from his waist and was about to rush forward. The rider behind him was an old man. He hurried forward and grabbed the handsome young man's hand. He said in a low voice, "Young master, this is already in front of Old Man Ma's mansion. Looking at the direction these three people are going, they are probably here to celebrate Old Man Ma's birthday. If you act in such a hurry, I'm afraid you will offend Old Man Ma's guests." The handsome young man said angrily, "But they didn't make way first. They even took my horsewhip away." The old man said, "Even so, remember this person's face first. It won't be too late to make trouble for him after the birthday celebration. If we act now, it will be hard to avoid the suspicion of slapping Old Man Ma's face. People will say that we are not sensible." Hearing this, the handsome young man nodded. He stared at the three people fiercely and then rode forward. From the beginning to the end, Lord Qin, Ying Fei, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Their expressions were very indifferent. When the handsome young man arrived in front of Ma Mansion, someone had already reported inside. A white-haired, purple-red face, hale and hearty old man personally came out to greet him. It was Old Man Ma Rulong. When the handsome young man saw the old man, he hurriedly got down from his horse and bowed, "Grandson-in-law greets Grandpa. I wish Grandpa a long life and great fortune." Ma Rulong also quickly helped him up and said, "Grandson-in-law, no need to be so polite. We are all family. Quickly get up." The handsome young man took the opportunity to get up and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Grandpa for a long time. Your body is even stronger. You are really old but strong." These words were a bit unreasonable, but Ma Rulong didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "It's all because of the good things your master gave me. It made my body much healthier." The handsome young man said again, "This time, Grandpa's birthday celebration, Master asked grandson-in-law to bring a lot of good things. Come, housekeeper, give the gift list to Grandpa." The old man behind him hurriedly went forward. There was a big red gift list on the ground. Ma Rulong opened it and looked. His expression changed slightly. He then passed it to the master of ceremonies at the door. Under the handsome young man's slightly proud gaze, the master of ceremonies loudly read, "The Righteous Alliance's Cho Shi congratulates Grandpa on his great birthday. He presents." Chapter 258. The master of ceremonies called out, "A pair of 100-year-old fleeceflower flowers, a pair of 100-year-old ginseng." Although there weren't many things, no gold, silver, jewels, jade or antiques, but the celestial path had been destroyed for 10,000 years, the chi of heaven and earth was thin, even the quality of medicinal herbs had declined. Normally, it was rare to see things that were decades old, But this guy actually raised his hand and brought out 100-year-old medicinal herbs, and they were even mature. How could it not shock everyone? How could it make old Master Ma and the Master of Ceremonies lose their composure? These things couldn't be exchanged with banknotes, even if they were presented with banknotes of equal value. How could it be so captivating? No wonder Kong Rang was in a difficult position. There were some things that couldn't be bought even with banknotes. Old Master Ma beside Ma Rulong, although he was full of vigor, at this moment, his expression was not normal. Everyone thought that the old man was overjoyed, but he himself had unspeakable bitterness. His own status in Jianghu, his heart was like a mirror. How could he be worthy of the Righteous Alliance's generosity? The reason why they offered such generous gifts, of course, they hoped that he would return the favor, but how should he decide? How could he choose with just a generous gift? Qiu Shidao took out a folding fan out of nowhere, gently waving it, proudly listening to the Master of Ceremonies' slightly trembling shout, quite like an elegant young master in the chaotic world. Actually, Qiu Shidao was indeed worthy of being the fourth son, not to mention that he was handsome and elegant. Just the fact that he could marry old Master Ma's direct granddaughter, and be able to become the disciple of the Righteous Alliance's 9th deputy chief, Chang Xian, no one dared to say anything. Unfortunately, while Qiu Shidao enjoyed bathing in the admiring, jealous, and surprised gazes of the crowd, he keenly sensed that something was different in a certain direction. In the distance, Mr. Qin's disdainful gaze, Ying Fei's ridiculing gaze, and Zhang Xiaohua's soulless expression, who was sitting on an inferior horse with a blank expression, seemed to have nothing to do with Qiu Shidao. All of these were like sharp thorns that pierced into his proud heart. However, Qiu Shidao still remembered his status, and the Master of Ceremonies was also very far away. He couldn't vent his anger on him for no reason, so with a shwak sound, he closed his folding fan and prepared to walk inside. Speaking of which, this action was quite disrespectful. Your big grandfather was still standing, giving you face and listening to your gift list, yet you wanted to move first. What kind of person was Ma Rulong? He immediately said, "My dear grandson-in-law, are you tired? Why don't you go in and rest for a while? When the banquet starts, I'll call you out to meet the guests." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. I am indeed a bit tired." Ma Rulong said, "Let's go. I've already asked the servants to clean up Yajing's room. You'll be satisfied." After saying that, he gave way to Qiu Shidao. How could Qiu Shidao be willing to go first? Seeing this, Ma Rulong felt relieved and walked into the courtyard first. Qiu Shidao followed closely behind. However, as soon as they passed through the corridor, Qiu Shidao seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the chrysanthemums planted in the courtyard, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, look, your chrysanthemums are really good." Ma Rulong was stunned. He stopped walking and muttered in his heart. These chrysanthemums were just casually planted by the servants. What was there to praise? Could it be that there was a hidden meaning in his words? Therefore, she also walked to the chrysanthemum flower bed and accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums. As they admired the chrysanthemums, they also tried to sound him out, not knowing what Qiu Shidao meant. Qiu Shidao's ears were listening outside. His eyes also occasionally glanced outside the door. He only casually responded to Ma Rulong's probing, causing Ma Rulong to be confused. There were many people who came to the Ma Manor to celebrate the birthday. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Moreover, everyone brought many gifts. The Master of Ceremonies had to sing a little more and it took a lot of time. When Ying Fei brought Lord Qin to the manor, Qiu Shidao was already waiting impatiently inside. According to Ying Fei's thoughts, with his lord and his family's status, there was no need for them to line up here. If they directly rushed into the Ma Manor, then wouldn't Ma Rulong bow and welcome them? However, Lord Qin knew that the current situation was not the same as before. The gifts from the Righteous Alliance said a lot. He was still willing to hide at the side and watch and listen. Sometimes, it was very interesting to go incognito. However, he did not think about it. With a head full of white hair, he would be eye-catching wherever he went. How could he hide from the Ma family's eyes? Moreover, The master of ceremonies looked at the luxuriously dressed but ordinary-looking person in front of him and was very surprised. He asked again, "Hero, are you sure you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Yes, I am sure, and I am sure." "You did not send an invitation, nor did you prepare a gift." You see, Lord Qin's dream of going incognito was immediately shattered. "Let's not talk about your white hair or your ostentatious behavior. At the very least, you should prepare a meager gift. Let's just say that you don't have any banknotes. You're relying on your admiration of old Master Ma's reputation to come and pay your respects. At the very least, you should have a name card. Coming to pay your respects empty-handed, let's not talk about your status. Anyone would label you as an idiot or freeloader." In fact, it wasn't that Ing Fei or Lord Qin didn't have experience in Jianghu and didn't know the ways of the world. It was just that with their reputation, wherever they went, they would be respected and flattered. This Ma mansion couldn't even flatter them. How could they give up their pride and give a congratulatory gift to the servant in their eyes? If Zhang Xiaohua did not concentrate on comprehending the earth evasion technique, she would naturally remind him. Coming empty-handed was also a laughingstock in the countryside. As for the name card, Ing Fei, as the messenger of the heavenly sect, this identity was a supreme name card. Why would he prepare one? However, the master of the ceremony had seen a lot of the world. Moreover, the Ma family had told him in advance that there were many heroes in the wilderness. There were some who were unconventional and some who were independent. He did not know what kind of background everyone had. The purpose of the birthday celebration was to have a lively atmosphere. Anyway, the Ma family did not lack food and wine, so there was no harm in eating and drinking for free. Therefore, the master of the ceremony smiled and asked, "Old Master Ma is the most forthright. He is very willing to make friends with a nameless hero like you. However, please tell me your name so that I can record your name in this grand occasion. It is possible that your name will go down in history in the future." Pfft! Ing Fei almost spat out. He looked back at Lord Qin and said, "Okay, just because you said that I will go down in history, I will let you know that the lord behind me is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. My name is Ing Fei." The master of the ceremony said, "I know. If the one riding behind is a servant of your family, then you don't have to tell me your name." In fact, the master of the ceremony was also puzzled. If it was a servant, then it would be natural for him to come before Ing Fei. However, if it was not a servant, then this young man's clothes were not as good as the other two and the horse he was riding was also inferior. Therefore, he asked. Ing Fei thought for a while and said, "This young man is not a servant. He just came with us to see the world. His name is Ren Xiaoyao." The master of the ceremony smiled and said, "I know, Lord Ing." Then, he shouted, "Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, Ren Xiaoyao, these three heroes are here to congratulate old Master Ma on his birthday." As soon as the master of the ceremony finished, a shadow shot out of the courtyard. Before the person arrived, his voice was heard, "Ha, so you are here to take advantage of me. You still have the face to tell me your name. Qin Shiyue, Ing Fei, and what Ren Xiaoyao? How come I have never heard of these names in Jianghu? You still call yourself a hero? You don't deserve any honor." When everyone looked over, they saw that it was young Master Qiu Shidao who had already entered the courtyard. Qiu Shidao's arrival was sudden and his voice was loud. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at him in confusion. Qiu Shidao walked forward and said to Lord Qin with a sneer, "This brother with extraordinary skills, is your name Qin Shiyue? Your name is not bad, but it is not famous. Where is Brother Qin going to make a living? If you are not happy, you can come to the Righteous Alliance. I am not talented, but I can find a good job for Brother Qin. At least, the next time Brother Qin goes to a senior's place to congratulate them, you can't go there for nothing. You will lose face, right?" Qin Shiyue was being pointed at and lectured. His face was even warmer. He only smiled and did not speak. It was rare for him to have self-restraint. Zhang Xiaohua beside him did not think so. From what she knew these 2 days, Qin Shiyue usually had an amiable appearance. If he frowned or was angry, it meant that it was normal. However, the more he smiled and the warmer he was, it meant that it was not good. At least when he sealed Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints and tortured her, his face was like a spring breeze. Zhang Xiaohua knew that things were not good. Looking at Qiu Shidao's good appearance, she felt that it was a pity. She said anxiously, "You young master, you are really unreasonable. How is my master unbearable as you say? It's just that he admires old Master Ma very much. He was in a hurry and forgot about it. In a while, when he pays a visit to old Master Ma, I will come out and help my master complete the etiquette." Qin Shiyue glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. He had a good impression of her. That was because no one was willing to be pointed at and lectured, even if he already had the intention to kill. Ying Fei also laughed and said, "Who are you? Is there any place for you to speak in the Ma mansion?" Qiu Shidao was greatly amused. He said, "I knew you are ignorant and inexperienced. Let me tell you, Xiao Yi is the husband of Ma Laoyizi's eldest granddaughter. Tell me, do you think I have the right to speak in this Ma mansion?" Ying Fei said again, "Although old Master Ma is old, there are many uncles in the Ma mansion. There is no place for you to speak." Qiu Shidao smiled and said, "The people of Jianghu are in charge of Jianghu matters. My teacher is one of the 9 alliance leaders of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Fengyan. You tell me, do I have the right to speak in the Ma mansion?" In Qiu Shidao's expectations, once Nan Fengyan's name was brought out, wouldn't these 3 idiots of Jianghu be scared witless? Even if they did not know Nan Fengyan's name, as long as they were people of Jianghu, how could they not know about the Righteous Alliance? And of these 3 people, 2 of them were wearing bright clothes and had good horses. They should know about the Righteous Alliance and would not give him face. Chapter 259. Sure enough, Ying Fei was as unbearable as he imagined. He was immediately shocked and shouted, "Nan Fengyan! You are Nan Fengyan's disciple? Sorry for the disrespect." When Qiu Shidao heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He opened the fan in his hand and waved it. He thought to himself, "Now you know how powerful I am. Quickly apologize to me. Seeing that you are here to celebrate old man Ma's birthday, I will give you some face. And, if you give old man Ma a gift later and I don't get a share, I will teach you a lesson." However, Ying Fei's tone changed and he shouted, "But, young master, I remember that the leader of the Righteous Alliance is called Zhang San. How come there are suddenly 9 leaders? And this Nan Fengyan seems to be the weakest of the 8 vice leaders." Qiu Shidao's face turned red. What Ying Fei said was right. What he said just now was also right. Normally, no one would refute him. Giving him face and not spending a single copper coin, who wouldn't be happy? However, Ying Fei's explanation immediately caused Qiu Shidao's face to fall to the ground. However, he could not refute it. The alliance head of the Righteous Alliance was that Zhang San, whose name could not be any more vulgar. And it was even more vulgar than Zhang Xiaohua's name. The other few were all Vice Alliance heads. Furthermore, Nan Fengyun was indeed the weakest of the 8 Vice Alliance heads. However, even though the weakest was in the Righteous Alliance, in Jianghu, he was still an incredible figure. Qiu Shidao became angry from embarrassment and said, This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu. The Ma family is in Jianghu and naturally has to have Jianghu people speak. My Righteous Alliance is famous in Jianghu, don't I have the right to speak in the Ma family?" This Qiu Shidao was also angry and somewhat hysterical. He had fallen into Ying Fei's trap. In fact, as the grandson of the Ma family, he naturally had the right to speak. However, he had always been proud of the Righteous Dao Alliance and did not put the identity of the Ma family's grandson in his eyes. Therefore, he did not use his identity as the grandson of the Ma family and put the cart before the horse to talk about the qualifications of the sect. Ying Fei saw that Qiu Shidao fell into his trap and laughed. This Jianghu is the Jianghu of the people of Jianghu and not the Righteous Alliance. The Ma family is naturally not the Ma family of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to speak? Qiu Shidao became even angrier and said, if the righteous alliance is not qualified, who are you? Do you have the right to say that here? This young master has also given you a finished ginseng. What kind of congratulatory gift do you have? The two of them were bickering at the entrance of the Ma mansion. It was only after a while that Old Man Ma finally arrived late from the mansion. Actually, Old Man Ma didn't come late on purpose. He accompanied Qiu Shidao to admire the chrysanthemums in the courtyard and tried to guess Qiu Shidao's intentions. Unexpectedly, while they were talking, Qiu Shidao rushed out of the courtyard like a bolt of lightning, leaving this old man in front of the chrysanthemum terrace wondering, what did I say to make my precious grandson-in-law so panic? Or did Sunner have something urgent to attend to? Sometimes, one couldn't be careless. When Ma Rulong arrived at the front of the mansion, he heard someone quarreling with his beloved grandson-in-law. He couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone in the mansion knew Qiu Shidao's position in his heart. Who would dare to behave atrociously in front of him? Could it be that they were guests who had come to celebrate the birthday? He had already made up his mind. If it was a guest with a slightly lower status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, when he walked out of the mansion, everything in front of him immediately stunned him. His gaze wasn't looking at his grandson-in-law that he usually admired, but at Qin Shiyue's white hair. It was as if that white hair was a rare treasure that he couldn't bear to look away. Ma Rulong had never seen Qin Shiyue before, but Ying Fei had been here a few times. Among all the people in the Dragon God sect, other than Ying Fei, he was most familiar with Qin Shiyue. Her white hair was often mentioned by Ying Fei. What was this person doing here? Wasn't there still some time before the appointment? Ma Rulong hurriedly went up and scolded loudly, Shidao, don't be rude. When Qiu Shidao heard Ma Rulong's scolding, his face was very surprised and his heart was a little unhappy. However, he was a genius after all. How could he not know the severity of the situation? He quickly moved to the side and waited for Ma Rulong's explanation. He wanted to see what kind of deities Qin Shiyue and Ying Fei were. As expected, Ma Rulong politely said, this is Qin Shiyue, Lord Qin. He is very famous in the Jianghu. Don't offend him. Then he bowed deeply to Qin Shiyue and said, this old man didn't know that Lord Qin came from afar. I didn't come to the mansion to greet you. Please forgive me. Qiu Shidao wasn't a fool. Seeing this, he naturally knew that Qin Shiyue had some background. However, Ma Rulong's introduction was very vague. He only said that he was Lord Qin and didn't say where he came from. Could it be that this person who called him Lord was someone from the government? Looking at Qin Shiyue and the others' attire, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Moreover, Ma Rulong was getting old in recent years and had plans to retire from the Jianghu. It wasn't like he was hooking up with the government. If someone from the government came to congratulate Ma Rulong on his birthday, it would be reasonable. And, that's right. Coming empty-handed and leaving with sleeves full had always been the way of the government since ancient times. Thinking of this, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but look down on them. He was one of the direct disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Even if it was someone from the government, how could ordinary people compare to him? Moreover, with Ma Rulong's status, how could he make friends with someone from the government? Thus, Qiu Shidao couldn't help but take a step forward. He cupped his hands and said, I don't know which Lord Brother Qin is working for. If you know each other, please explain. Since we know each other, the matter of stealing the whip just now can be discussed. When Ma Rulong heard this, he knew that Qiu Shidao had misunderstood. Qin Shiyue's background couldn't be revealed in front of everyone. Qiu Shidao, this child, was usually very clever. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself today? However, Qiu Shidao was not only his grandson-in-law, but also represented the Righteous Alliance. If they were in the mansion, he could naturally reprimand him. However, in public, he had to leave some face. He quickly pulled Qiu Shidao's sleeve and said, Shidao, why don't you listen to your grandfather? Don't be rude. Quickly apologized to Lord Qin. He deliberately pointed out grandfather in his words to let Qiu Shidao understand his other identity. However, perhaps Qiu Shidao was blinded by lard, or perhaps his thoughts had turned into a dead end. He only had one thought in his mind. It's just someone from the government. What can they do to me? He smiled and said to Ma Rulong, grandson-in-law, when I was in the Righteous Tao Alliance, I often encountered such people who only know how to take advantage of others. If I give them the convenience this time, they will come again and again in the future. It's better to teach them a lesson the first time and extinguish their future thoughts. Moreover, grandfather, don't worry. The Righteous Alliance also has some acquaintances in the government. Their status is very high. There's no need to be afraid of such people. Moreover, he just dodged grandson-in-law's whip. We have to talk to their superiors and let them know that the Horse Lord has 3 eyes. Ma Rulong was helpless. Aren't you helping out with good intentions? Even if someone from the government came, the county magistrate was not as good as the person in charge. Your connections are far away in the court. Why would you care about this small Shinji town? With this man's temperament, stealing your whip is a small matter. Even if he wants to take your life, it would be as easy as turning his hand. However, he just couldn't say Qin Shiyue's identity. Why do you think this is? Since he couldn't say it out loud, why not just whisper it to Qiu Shidao? Why do you have to be so difficult? In fact, with Ma Rulong's status in the Jianghu, he still couldn't enter the eyes of the Righteous Alliance. The reason why they paid so much attention to Ma Rulong was because Ma Rulong had some relationship with the Dragon God sect. The Righteous Alliance wanted to pull Ma Rulong to their side and obtain information from the Dragon God sect. Qiu Shidao also came this time for the matter of the Dragon God sect. However, he didn't expect Qin Shiyue to come to the Ma mansion in advance. This caused the two factions to clash. Although Ma Rulong was biased towards the Righteous Alliance, he still didn't want to cause trouble with the Dragon God sect. At least, he didn't want to do so before he was prepared. If he told Qiu Shidao in front of Qin Shiyue, no matter if he said it out loud or in a whisper, it would clearly tell Qin Shiyue that he, Ma Rulong, was in cahoots with the Righteous Alliance. And if he didn't say it out loud, his relationship with the Righteous Alliance could be explained as his granddaughter and the Righteous Alliance's direct disciple being connected by heart. This was the will of the heavens. He didn't have much relationship with the Righteous Alliance. His relationship with Qiu Shidao was just a private family relationship. It had nothing to do with his sect. With such a strong relationship, it was difficult for Ma Rulong, who was so old, to think so clearly in such a short period of time. The more clear it was, the more difficult it was for him. He really didn't expect his two backers to be at loggerheads at this time. If there was a front and back, how good would that be? At least he could pull Qiu Shidao's ear and tell him, "This is the person your master told me about. This person is also a person from the Dragon God sect that I am very afraid of. You should wash up and go to sleep. Don't make a mess here." Seeing Qin Shiyue's smile become wider and Ing Fei's face become ice cold, Ma Rulong hurriedly grabbed Qiu Shidao's clothes and shouted, "Come, invite young Master Qiu to the main hall for tea." The family members who had been waiting for a long time came forward and half supported and half dragged Qiu Shidao into the Ma mansion. Qiu Shidao thought that Ma Rulong was afraid of the government officials. As he walked, he turned his head and said, "Grandfather, don't be afraid of them. They are just paper tigers. Later I will introduce you to a few important people from the government. They will definitely be able to support you." Ma Rulong bitterly smiled and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He went forward and bowed deeply, "Please forgive me, Lord Qin and Lord Ing. This child has been spoiled and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man apologizes to the two of you on his behalf." Ing Fei turned his head and looked at Qin Shiyue. He saw that Qin Shiyue's expression was normal. She only smiled and said, "Old man Ma, you are very lucky to have found a grandson-in-law from the Righteous Alliance. In the future, you will be able to provide for your old age." These words had a double meaning, which made Ma Rulong's heart jump.